really great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. How's this for a novel idea? Book your next office, bachelor, bachelorette, or private party at Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. Bob's offers men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30. Book a smaller group, 10 or less during business hours, and have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Ladies, call Bob's now and register for their women's shooting event August 10th at 1 p.m. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts shooting events throughout the year for anyone interested in learning about proper firearm ownership. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com, bobslittle.sportshop.com on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
So we're about to get to Beth Amrosica, get her reaction. She's briefed on the whole Bob Costas reaction. And so I'm just going to say this, that there was a time in my Emmy Award-winning career as a journalist, as an adjunct professor, as a reporter, a news anchor, etc., that I was always I would couch everything. I was always very careful. I was a registered independent. I never had a political sign in my yard because I didn't want anybody to know my politics. And I really felt that was important, to be that call it down the middle journalist, to report and not ever to make anybody feel like I was political. That was very important to me in my career. And I can do that. But that's not what this space is all about. And Rich Cioli can tell you, and Greg Stocker can tell you, it took me years actually to come out of the closet as a conservative woman. And then I always was a conservative. I was raised in a Republican, Christian, conservative family. That's true. Although my mom's side of the family, a lot of Democrats, UBU, that's cool. But I will not be ashamed or shrink when somebody there's that cue where somebody says, well, MAGA, that's a whole, and Trump with his nasty character or whatever. I will never just allow somebody to say that in my presence without just letting them know that I am out and proud as a conservative MAGA mom. That's who I am. That's my identity. So to a person who may very well have their little pronouns behind their name, okay, well, I should start putting like MAGA mom. That's my noun. It's not a pronoun, okay? So that was why it was important for me to say that, because I do feel that in this journey that we've experienced together as conservatives, as independents, and I was a longtime registered independent, I will say that we've experienced what it's like to sometimes bite your tongue and say, you know what, I'm not going to get into it. And I will tell you, I promise you that we as conservatives do that. I will say 7 to 8 times, 7 out of 10, more than a person who's a liberal. And so that, to me, that's my experience. You can let me know yours. But here's just one more reason on top of the cake, other than the economy, other than the safety of our nation, the borders, securing the borders, getting violent criminals who were allowed by the millions in droves to come into this country under the previous administration. And we don't even know about it all because cops and law enforcement were not even allowed to document which ones are non-citizens. Okay. But here's one more reason. I want you to listen to this clip. This is during a congressional hearing, and this is going to give you chill bumps and make you sick to your stomach when you hear this. But we've heard about this. And initially the rumblings were there are 60,000 children missing. There are 80,000. Remember this? 80,000 children missing. My God, it might be over 100,000 children who came into this country and went and then vanished. So listen to this congressional testimony that is now, this is being revealed thanks to the greatest president, Donald J. Trump, and his administration.
So you're telling this committee that the Biden administration, while they were letting all of these unaccompanied minors into the country, and as we've talked about today, they weren't keeping track of them, they issued these kids a hotline that they could call if they had trouble with the sponsor family that they were put with. And you're saying that 65,000 calls to this hotline designated to protect these kids went unanswered? Is that what you're telling this committee?
Yes, sir. One case where a child's call was reporting that grown men were coming into his room at night and they were touching him. Nothing happened with that call. That call went unanswered until this administration took office, went through those 65,000 calls, made follow-ups, conducted a welfare check, and now that child has been rescued and that sponsor has been arrested. These are the safeguards that were put in place, but accountability and oversight was not had.
I
said that it was hard, it was easier to get a child.
So this is the testimony that I just wanted you to hear, as we have a different version of the At Dawn Stensland show. But the word coming out of this House Committee on Homeland Security and these hearings is that there was an actual pipeline, experts revealing and testifying how taxpayer-funded NGOs facilitated human trafficking and profited from the border crisis. And this, as children being trafficked, had a cry for help on a hotline that went unanswered. Now this administration and those within it, obviously at many levels and local and state levels, I believe, are trying to answer that call, find more of these missing children. I wanted to bring that story to you. I'll get into it more, but it's a shocking revelation. Let's get into Beth Ann Rosica. Dan Borowski had booked her. And Beth Ann, thank you for your patience. We had something happen that's never really happened in quite some time.
No,
so
no worries, Dawn.
So thank you. We had Bob Costas was on, had wanted to react to something from when he was on Meet the Press. We had commented, and it really just kind of flowed over from the morning show to this show. And so I don't know if you had a chance to hear that at all, but I just wanted to give you a chance to react to either the Costas situation, we're getting a lot of reaction, or the clip that I just played from these different Homeland Security hearings.
Well, let's start with the Costas piece, Dawn. I did not hear, but Dan kind of gave me the background on this issue. And, you know, I heard you just a few minutes ago in the opening, you know, talk about how, you know, you're a conservative and now you're proud to be a conservative and you're going to, you know, be clear about that and put that out there. I think the thing that people seem to forget is that this issue of boys playing in girls' sports, it is not a conservative issue. All the polling on this shows that this is an 80-20 issue. 80% of Americans don't think that boys should be able to play in girls' sports. This is not even a conservative issue. This is simply common sense. I don't consider myself a conservative, but I am pushing back hard on this issue because we are doing damage to our girls, to our women, to our society when we deny biology. And to your point, we all have to be willing to speak up and speak out and let people know that this is absolutely positively wrong. Because until the 80% of people who believe this speak out against it, we're going to continue to deal with this kind of backlash.
Yeah, it's well said. And it's a great point as far as why so many people who I think they told us, probably told you as well, hey, I'm not really a political person. I don't really always vote. But this issue with Title IX, with girls, protecting girls and women in sports, I think brought a lot of people out who were never before thinking about this issue or politics in general. But I think it did fire them up because they felt like it was way over the top.
Absolutely. And I mean, you see, you know, so many women. I'm in touch with Jennifer Say, who was the former head of Levi's, who basically had to step down because she was canceled over speaking out about school closures. And she started a whole new athletic brand to basically support, you know, keeping boys out of girls' sports, XXXY Athletics. I purchase from her. I support her because, you know, she's bold and working with Riley Gaines and out there front and center talking about this issue. And there are so many people concerned about this, but people aren't brave enough to speak out about it. And one of the things that I really appreciate about Jen and where she comes from, she's like, I'm done like playing into their language. I'm not going to use your pronouns. I'm not going to call you a girl. I'm going to call you by your given name. I mean, she is unapologetic and in their face about this. And while I don't necessarily agree with that approach 100%, I certainly understand the need for it because the pendulum has swung so far in the other direction. Listen, none of us care about what your name is or how you want to identify or how you want to live your life. I don't care about that. Those are your choices. You do what you want to do. But when you start invading girls' spaces, when you start taking away opportunities from girls and women, scholarship opportunities, roster spots in college, it's absolutely positively wrong. And it's the diametrical opposite of what Title IX was intended for. And people like Bob Costas and anybody else who wants to pretend that this is okay, these people are delusional, Dawn. And I think that we have no choice but to call them out for who they are. This is not about protecting trans rights. This is about protecting girls and women. I don't want boys in the bathroom with girls. I don't want a man with a penis in the bathroom with me. I don't want that. And we shouldn't have to fight and yell and scream to get what is due to us. But people like Bob Costas and others who continue to perpetuate this nonsense, it really is problematic. And I think you're right to call him out on that. It's absolutely wrong.
Well, he wants to come back. I don't know if I had said to Dan, ask him to come back in our YouTube chat and all the, on social media. They're saying, don't bring him back. As you know, Beth Ann, I mean, my feeling is I'm always about the conversation and I love the conversation. I do crave a time when we could talk about just policies and it did not get so personal and so pointed and nasty, because I used to love to, even with my family or with, you know what I mean? Like just talking about policy and have a passionate difference. Do you know what I'm saying? But without
absolutely civil discourse,
yes.
We've lost civil discourse. I mean, it is out the window, and I think we live in such a polarizing time. I think Trump is part of that, but it's a bigger issue. I mean, it's a bigger issue. I've been on this show before. I don't love Trump. He's not my favorite person in the world, but I appreciate the policies, and I can separate the things that I dislike about him from the things that I do like about him. And I can absolutely give him credit where credit is due. So that's the part that I really don't understand, that, there are people that just can't, their Trump derangement syndrome is so strong. It's so pervasive that they can't separate the man from the policy and focus on some of the good things that they did. And listen, these are the same people who, when Bill Clinton and the Monica Lewinsky incident, they could certainly separate that out. They were willing to say, well, we like his policies and, what he did wasn't really that bad. So these are the same people that say, like, we can't get past, Trump's tweets or his comments or whatever it is, that they dislike about him. But you're absolutely right. People are not capable of having rational discussions. And it's very disheartening. And I do feel like, this is what our country was founded on. And, I hope that we can find a way back. But I do think that it speaks to, I think that there are polarizing factions in both parties. The 10% on the left and the 10% on the right that have these hardcore, like, in my mind, just very, very myopic views. They're incapable of having conversations that will actually lead to some type of understanding or maybe, change in opinion.
Dr. Beth Ann Rossica, when you look at, here we are, I was thinking about this, a lot of colleges and a lot of schools actually start maybe a month from this Friday about-ish. And when you look at the new school year, because your PhD obviously is somebody in education and you're a mom concerned about the quality of education and all of that, when we look at our region, Chester County, Philadelphia area, let's say, and even New Jersey, I'll take it there, and thinking about Title IX, thinking about learning loss, thinking about moving forward, trying to keep the politics out of school and the learning and the love of learning in school, what do you see? Here we are, the summer of 2025, as you look forward to the new school year.
Well, unfortunately, Dawn, I still see a lot of school districts, the majority of school districts in the collar counties in Philadelphia, that are far more invested in identity politics, in hardcore progressive views. And they're not focusing on the learning loss. That, even in affluent school districts, we have, only 60 or 70% of students proficient in reading and math. It's not a good situation. That we have school districts that continue to perpetuate critical race theory. They continue to perpetuate equity, social justice initiatives. And, one of the latest articles that I did before I was out on vacation in the beginning of the month, right before the holiday, I looked at the policy for every single school district in Chester, Bucks, Montgomery, and Delaware County to look to see if they were in compliance with the president's executive order on Title IX. And the majority of school districts are not. And some of them are just unapologetically putting out there that, not only can boys use the bathroom of their choice, that they will not tell parents if their child is using a different name or transitioning at school. They have statements like, we want to eliminate the practice of segregating based on gender. We want to use gender-neutral language in communication. We want to eliminate or reduce the practice of segregating students by gender. One school district, Colonial School District, in their policy has an entire chart with 15 different ways of using pronouns. Now, they're spending all of this time on allowing kids to use whatever bathroom they want, play what on sports team they want, focusing on pronouns. I mean, literally, if you looked at Colonial's policy, it's mind-blowing. They have the masculine, feminine, gender-neutral, all of these things. And they talk about possessive adjectives, possessive pronouns, reflexive pronouns for transgender students. And I could guarantee you that a majority of students couldn't even identify what a possessive pronoun is. So we are spending all this time on all of this virtue signaling nonsense when our kids can't read and write and do math. And so I think that our school districts and our school boards, and let me just remind all your listeners, this is a year in Pennsylvania where we have school board elections. So half of your school board, 4 or 5 of your seats are going to be up for election. And you need to know where your candidates stand on these types of issues, because the school board is the one that approves these policies. And if your school district's not in compliance with federal law, then you need to hold your school district accountable for getting in compliance. So I continue to be concerned about the state of education in the collar counties. The amount of money that we are spending, taxes continue to go up year after year after year, and our academic outcomes continue to decline.
Yeah, and Colonial School District is not far from my home. I'm on the Philadelphia Chestnut Hill side, but it's Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania. So that's, if you look at the website, the first thing, equity, inclusion, and belonging. That's right. One of their slogans there. Beth Ann Rosica, we have to, I could listen to you all day because I know you do so much research. So that latest article, which is a terrific article, and everybody can go to broadandliberty.com and check out all the great work that Broad and Liberty does. But it's Beth Ann Rosica. Majority of Philadelphia area school districts are out of step with Title IX. And as usual, Dr. Beth Ann Rosica, you're doing your research. So really appreciate you. And I love hearing from you.
Well, thanks so much for having me on, Dawn. And I'll look forward to talking to you again. Take care.
Thank you so much. You as well. Really appreciate it. Man, am I fired up.
Whew.
I am fired up.
Have you been able to take a breath yet?
So somebody, and we lost everybody on the YouTube chat because there was all this, we went half an hour over and it was all this craziness. But somebody said, Dawn is blushing. I was. My face was I could, when your face turns red, and hot, which hasn't happened to me in a really long time. But I was just and not that I'm angry because I don't get angry, but I am fired up because I feel I don't know. I feel like this is a great example of folks who are in a bubble, and especially, I'll say, media elites, where they feel, but not necessarily just the other side, where they feel like they have every right to just say, to talk about us as meaning somebody who voted for Trump and somebody like me, who, as Amy first said, is a Trumpaholic. Yeah, I like Donald J. Trump. If his policies sucked and if he was not successful, I would not be saying this, right? It's part of the celebration is his great success and everything that he's doing and his motivation, BTW, without pay. He did not get into this to get wealthy. It's a joke to me that anybody thinks he got into this for money, because if you can imagine being shot at, not just shot at, taking a bullet in your ear. I mean, it did hit him. So came within like an eighth of an inch of, being assassinated and murdered. But your home being raided, your family being persecuted, your business being persecuted in the city where you were born, that's your hometown that you love. Think about all the levels of just persecution, the media lying about you, basically Congress, Republicans and Democrats in the swamp just trying to prosecute you. If you think that a multi-billionaire living his best life with his stunning wife, his beautiful family, his homes, the vacations, the golf he could have, if you think that there's one iota of a chance that Donald J. Trump did all of this to get wealthy, well, you're just stupid or crazy or both. See, now I'm fired up. But we have another guest that Dan booked. Unfortunately, Dan booked so many guests. So Dan's like in my ear going, please, God. So we have to break there. We have another great guest around. Who do we have again?
We got Tracy Petticoat coming up next.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, state senator.
So our state senator and as well military veteran. You know Tracy very well. We've interviewed her here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. She's always making a difference. And she cares deeply about the issue that we just discussed, which is protecting girls and women in sports, among other things. So we'll get into it. Thanks for being here. Be right back.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Philly and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office, hit that almost impossible dinner reservation, and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. The results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
First, there was Tuesday. Then, there was Taco Tuesday. Now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, a.k.a. Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yes, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty is free. Make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So at the White House, President Trump is entertaining the president of the Philippines. A lot happening in D.C., a lot breaking and developing. Martin Luther King Jr. assassination files released by DOJ. Thousands and thousands of pages, which over the years many have requested. So we'll get into all of that moving forward. Caroline Leavitt on fire. So we'll get to Caroline Leavitt as she's the White House press secretary. And I think she's just on point, and I really think the world of her. You know who else I think the world of? Stacey Garrity, as you know. And I've interviewed her over the years. We've met multiple times at various events. I think she's sharp, common sense, plain spoken, and just smart. I mean, she's the state treasurer, and I think she does a great job. And think about the fact that Stacey Garrity, during the previous election, she's one of the few people who got more votes than Donald J. Trump. Remember that? So I have no doubt that Stacey Garrity will be the governor of Pennsylvania one day. Now, I tried to get her to announce. You know that I did. I did my best. And she said,
is there anything you want to tell us?
Tell us. And she said, well, 90% she's exploring. Obviously, Dan Muser dropped out. So there's Stacey. And so I think at some point she's got to jump into this both feet and do it and get her done. And I think she is somebody who, because has great military experience, she is smart, she's savvy, but you know what? She's also just authentic and likable. So I think everything about her makes her perfect for that job. And I would love to see her as governor. And not just because she's a woman, but for me, that's frosting on the cake. So I think the world, and you know this about me if you've seen me interview her, Stacey Garrity. I think governor, I would love to hear that. Governor Garrity. You know what I mean? You've got the alliteration and all of that.
Sounds great.
So, Treasurer Stacey Garrity, she has not announced, but you know who I also think the world of? That's Tracy Pennycook, who you've heard me interview over time. We've talked about girls and women in sports, and also common sense legislation, getting things done, hardworking, and also you as well, Representative Pennycook. You're somebody as well who has the military background and military service that we really appreciate. Welcome in. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me, Dawn.
Sure thing. So I had mentioned this last week, and it just seems like there's always so much breaking news. So we didn't get to really air this out. What is going on with women in Pennsylvania, and as well just women in politics, looking at the put downs that are happening, some demeaning and disappointing behavior. We want to get into all of that. Governor Josh Shapiro has been called out, as well as other groups, to say, what's going on here with this little demeaning situation and the tone that would not be taken, I think, if these were men. And I'm going to start here with this, and I'll back into it this way. I'm not a person, I don't think you are either. It is really, really, really hard for me to call out something and say, well, that was sexist. That is, my husband will say it before I say it. Do you know? Because I don't want to be that woman who ever says that. I believe in merit. I believe in just working hard and earning people's respect, not because of, and I'll even say, well, it's because because I'm a Norwegian, they're just, or something. I'll joke about it. But do you know where I'm coming from on this one? I think conservative women, especially, we're very sensitive to calling out and saying, well, that's because they're sexist.
No, and I agree with you. And I will tell you, in the military, that's exactly how you get ahead, is on merit and hard work, and not because of your gender. So for this comment to be made about Stacey Garrity, a woman who has served her country honorably, it was demeaning, it was dismissive, it was disrespectful, and honestly, so 1990s. So like, come on, guys, really? You really think that that's going to have an effect on a combat veteran, on a woman who, came into the military roughly the same time I did in the 80s, when women were not given a lot of opportunity? She rose to the rank of colonel, multiple combat tours in difficult situations. You got to remember, we don't get all the information and all the resources we need when we go downrange. You make do with what you have, with the limited information, with the limited resources, but you get the job done. And that's what Stacey has done. So for this comment to be made about her, it really was disappointing. But I have to be honest with you, Josh's silence is consent. And that tells me he's afraid of Stacey Garrity.
I would agree with you, State Senator Tracy Pennycook. I would agree with you 100%. I think, so my question here is as well, does he regret that he and many Democrats actually endorsed her?
Isn't that interesting that she was good enough to be the state treasurer as long as she stayed in her lane, don't step out of your lane because the political machine of Pennsylvania has a plan. Well, you know what? I think she's just the right woman to disrupt that apple cart and to say, no, we're going to put the average hardworking Pennsylvanian ahead of politics. She's going to do the right thing for every Pennsylvanian. And she has shown that. She's a hard worker. She's been all over this state. She's looked at our investments. She's looked at the pension plans, and she's made the right calls. She's returned a ton of property to the citizens of Pennsylvania. She's worked across the party lines. She's very common sense, very likable. So I think this message that was attempted to be portrayed to Stacey, I think it backfires tremendously. I think it really makes people go, whoa, wait a minute. And just because the trade union bosses are saying one thing, as we've seen in previous elections, the trade members aren't always with the trade bosses. And we've seen that with Trump. So I suspect that there's going to be people going, whoa. Just because, you made a demeaning comment because she's a woman or she's not smart enough or what? Like, it makes people kind of question what you're thinking when you make a derogatory comment like was made against Stacey. At the end of the day, she's a good candidate. Mm-hmm. She's a very, very good candidate. And I think she's got people going, wait a minute, what? Mm-hmm. And I think that's really impressive. I think that's good for the Commonwealth. I think she brings a lot to the table. And who in their right mind wants to go up against a combat veteran? Mm-hmm. No one, because she has had tough situations that she has managed to get through with grace and confidence. She is the real deal. Yeah. She truly is an amazing woman. She's resilient. She's got amazing courage under fire. She's a great leader. Honestly, Governor Shapiro's right to be nervous.
Yeah.
He should be nervous. He should want someone other than Stacey Garrity because she's going to be a tough opponent because she is liked by so many people. She brings so much to the table. And I think it's high time we do have a woman governor.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. I just wonder when, maybe what I started to think about when I asked her last time Treasury, our treasurer, Stacey Garrity was on. I asked her, well, are you ready? Do you have an announcement? And she said, well, 90%, she's exploring this, obviously. But at what point, I know she has a little over a year, should she get moving and just say, yep, I want to be your next governor? What do you think is the appropriate timeline? How can we talk her? Basically, what I'm saying is, how can we talk her into this? All right, let's speed this along.
I've been talking her into it for a couple of months now, because I think sooner rather than later is the best way to go. But honestly, I like that she's being very thoughtful. Mm-hmm. I like that she's being very measured. This is a big decision, not only for her, but for Pennsylvania. And she's talking to a lot of different people to get a lot of different views on her race. I think she'll announce, in the next couple of weeks. And I think, quite frankly, she's going to hit the ground running like she does. She's going to work hard, and she's going to connect with the people of Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
she really is.
One of the other pieces of this, when we think about what happened, and I know you've written a lot about this as far as thinking about jobs and thinking about making Pennsylvania an AI leader, thinking about what happened just last week here in Pennsylvania with the announcement, a huge announcement at a state level. Take me through. You're in Montgomery County, obviously. Everybody knows you in this space, at least, because you've been on a ton here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and during this time slot, but many others, Senator Pennycook. So can you take me through as far as last week and what you're working on with AI, with the jobs, and what this means and how exciting it is for all of us here in Pennsylvania.
So I will tell you the $90 billion investment in Pennsylvania is historic. And President Trump was shocked that a freshman senator, Dave McCormick, was able to get these industry leaders and venture capitalists all in the same room, all excited about AI jobs, data center jobs, energy jobs. We are literally the keystone. We've got natural resources underneath our feet. We have decommissioned power plants that we can turn the lights back on. We have clean energy. We've got the trained workforce that we need, and many of them are high-paying jobs in the building trades. And AI, we are the epicenter of AI out in Pittsburgh. Philadelphia and Montgomery County, Bucks County, Lehigh County, we're right behind Pittsburgh. So there's a lot of investment coming in. Google, I'm so impressed with Google. They saw a need with small businesses and needing to understand how to use AI to improve their small businesses, but maybe they don't have the investment capital to put into the AI. Google is going to come into the state of Pennsylvania, and they are going to train small businesses to use AI for free. That's huge. That's a huge boost to our small businesses. The data centers, we're going to have a data center in Limerick, Pennsylvania, right in my district, in front of the meter of the nuclear power plant, but that's going to be 3 to 4 years of good paying construction jobs and then good paying data center jobs. That's amazing.
That is.
Well, those data centers are going to bring more jobs from other industries. And, not only building trades, but supply chain logistics is going to be coming in. Transportation is going to be coming in. That leads to, that data center is going to be bringing huge school tax money to that school district. Why wouldn't we want more of that? And because we're co-locating the energy production with the data centers, our residential users will not see a decrease in availability of their electric. So that's really important as well. So the fact that we are coming together in Pennsylvania, making this all happen is huge. Stacey Garrity was at that event, and she talked about what a huge opportunity this is for not only the constituents, but good jobs. We want people to come to Pennsylvania for our good jobs. We want to be business friendly, and we are business friendly. We're getting there. We're dropping the corporate net income tax. We're increasing net operating loss write-offs. We are doing those kind of things, but this puts us over the edge. Who does not want to come to a state that's getting $90 billion of investment in jobs, in job creation, in energy jobs? I mean, this is huge. It really is huge.
When we talk about this with AI and infrastructure and jobs, one of the topics that always comes up, of course, is that we need, like you just said, with Google trying to train people in. And at the school level, when we think about the schools, the learning loss, I mean, schools are still, I think kids are still catching up even after all this time has passed after the pandemic. And there are a lot of distractions. And unfortunately, the distractions in school, I think, have to do with cultural/political pronoun stuff. So how do you see, focusing, and I think where I'm going here is school choice kind of stuff with trade schools, but how do we focus in Pennsylvania so that education is meeting the needs of this great demand for especially kids, I would say right around middle school age, you know what I mean? To start interesting them in these careers.
So I completely agree as far as trade schools. We need to get them in 5th and 6th grade so that they've got some time, not 8th grade, because by then other kids have already applied and those spots are limited. We need to expand our career and technical opportunities for kids because let me tell you, you can't find an electrician or a plumber. And when you do, you got to be really nice to them because they're so hard to find. And actually at the summit last week, Dave Rowe was there from Dirty Jobs, and he said for every 5 that are leaving the trades, only 2 are coming in. So there's this huge imbalance, and those are good paying jobs. Electricians, welders, they start at 6 figures. Who wouldn't want that job? Yeah. But I think something else that's really, really important that we struggle with in Pennsylvania, we got to get back to basics. If a child can't read and do math, they are sunk. They have no future. We have kids that are graduating from high school and that cannot read at grade level. No, you have just failed that child. And that gets into school choice. That gets into you're in a failing school. No. We owe you a quality education, not a failing education. We've got to say to those parents, this school doesn't meet the standard. Your child can go X, Y, or Z. It is not about the teachers union. It is about the student. We've got to reverse the thought process and say, Billy and Susie have to be able to read by the end of third grade, or they have to be on a projection for the end of fourth grade. And if they aren't, they got to stay back and they've got to repeat it. Then we've got some amazing programs out there, First in Math, First in Reading, where the kids play these games online and they learn math, but they practice so much that the skills are ingrained in them. And I kind of was like, here we go, another computer program, until I sat with my granddaughter and I was amazed, amazed. She loves it. That's her screen time. She loves to have her 30 minutes a day, and so she doesn't have the learning loss over the summer. I think we need to get back to basics of reading, phonics, getting parents involved with their kids' education, and that means giving them opportunities. If you're in a failing school, there is absolutely no reason you should still be there. Shutter the door, move on to something else. It's absolutely imperative that we rescue our children.
Amen. We have to leave it there for now, but the conversation continues. Pennsylvania Senator Tracy Pennicook, thanks so much for being here today, and we'll continue that conversation about a future Governor Garrity.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Senator Pennicook. Really appreciate it. Love the conversation where we went there, talking about the creation of jobs, bringing back the jobs that left Pennsylvania. So much to talk about, and we'll get your thoughts too. Thanks for being here today. What a crazy fired up Tuesday it is. Wow.
So much going on. This is crazy.
I know. I'm so fired up.
Have we heard about your vehicle yet?
My Honda.
Yeah,
I have the HERV.
The HERV, not the Curve?
Not the, what is Larry has the CRV. I have the HRV.
Yeah.
So mine is a little smaller and sportier. That's my Honda.
The HERV.
My HERV. Thanks to Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand. That includes Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. So whether you're looking at the Accord or maybe the CRV or the Pilot, you're choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers, just like you and me. So come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Or just go online, piazzahonda.com, for all of today's special offers. PIAZZA, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When the market is unpredictable, Crash-Proof Retirement gives you certainty. In the face of volatility and illiquidity, the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System gives you liquidity, default protection, and value preservation, even amidst government shutdowns, natural disasters, and wars anywhere in the world. All of our over 6,000 Crash-Proof consumers are protected, including Patty Pirantozzi from Lansdale, PA.
I would be happy to show anyone my actual statements. If they had a question about Crash-Proof Retirement and how things work, I'm an open book. What we have done in the past year, 6% is interest that is credited to my account. You can see in black and white how this is my inception amount, this is where I am now, and this is my percentage.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
This summer, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill is bringing you spectacular savings and a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. That's over $11,000 in savings. Or finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Weather sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union.
A pleasant air mass remains in place across the Delaware Valley today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, low humidity. Chance for a shower along the coast with a high temperature a few degrees below average at 84. For tonight, comfortable, partly cloudy, low 68 for the city, cooler in the suburbs, and a bit more humid on Wednesday, partly sunny with a high 86.
Grow your savings with certificates and IRAs from American Heritage Credit Union. Enjoy high earnings averages and a wide range of terms. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/certificates to start saving today. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
So the developing story of the moment is that President Trump outside the White House greeting the Philippines president at the White House, kind of a little photo opportunity. He's wearing the yellow tie. I always look to the tie color. So the yellow tie of friendship. That's what I do notice he's wearing a lot of yellow lately because it matches the backdrop when they're inside the White House and they do those seated news conferences, because he is so conscious as a developer. This is my theory on this, but he loves the backdrop. So when you have this where he's seated and he has a yellow tie and then behind him kind of some gilding and the white fireplace and then the gold curtains, I just think it's I think that's part of Trump. He's always looking at the table, the optics, and that's from his hotel and business experience. That's just my thought as to why he's very conscious of the tie color. Do you notice? The jacket's always the deep dark blue, the white shirt. Anyway, I have to go there. But so Kevin Poles, our friend, is calling in, wants to comment on the Bob Costas interview. When did that even start? Like 9:15, Kev? And then it went over, and we're all like just kind of a little bit thrown today, but not in a bad way.
Okay, so allow me a brain dump. First of all, my daughter is crushing it at Chestnut Hill College. Hint, got a $5,000 internship. So,
Nice.
Dawn, you know where I'm going there.
I know.
Okay. Anyway, so with respect to Costas, just like, okay, I can separate the person from policies.
Mm-hmm.
Just like my mom. My mom almost didn't want to vote for Trump because this last time because his personality, but did. With me, given the fact that I love Dave Matthews Band, but they support Mumia Abu-Jamal. And always wanted to go see them, but I'm like, really? So
yeah. So
was holding off on that.
Yeah.
So
I get it.
But yeah.
I was just talking to Maureen Faulkner about that, just on Sunday with the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, the big bike ride with Nick and Greg and all of, our team here at Talk Radio 1210 and 2,100 bikers and many of you raising money. You can still.
But I also had to endure Bruce Springsteen in concert, endure him twice in concert, once both at JFK. He was actually, if you know Encore, U2, 1987, Joshua Tree, got up on stage to sing Encore, Sam Cooke's Stand By Me.
Aww.
And I was young, and I turned to my mom and said, take me home now. Because he rounds up my talentless list of the hat trick of talentless hacks, him, Jimmy Buffett, and Kiss, aside from politics.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so...
Well, thank you,
but,
Kev.
yeah, I
love
can
you.
separate,
I
right?
know, yes, we can all separate that. Love you, and I've said to Kev, I'm right in Chestnut Hill. I have to take your daughter to lunch, or once school starts back up again, hopefully we can take a breath. But thank you, Kevin Poles. By the way, what Kev made me think of? One of the greatest protest songs, and this, I love the subtlety of it. A lot of people don't even realize that one of the greatest protest songs was Marvin Gaye, What's Going On. It's just a simple what's going on. And it's a great song, a beautiful sound, what's going on. But if you listen to it and then you understand what's going on. Brother, brother, brother. Great protest song, and with his beautiful, I love Marvin Gaye. But that's kind of what I think for those of us who have felt, that we were canceled, that we're sick of it, we're not going to take it anymore. What's going on? You know what's going on? Our guy won. He's in office. That's what's going on. And it's a new day in America, a great day. I also listened in its entirety to Caroline Leavitt yesterday because she is just on fire. And you think about through her example when she's, in her mid to late 20s, she was an intern with Trump during the campaign. I mean, she's barely 4 or 5 years out of college and has this incredible job where you saw in the first administration with Trump, where you had these goofy guys. Remember that? And Trump would imitate Zioli would imitate every one of them, the Mooch, Scaramouche, all of them. And it just shows you it's not an easy job. You think of all of the White House press secretaries and how some of them just looked ridiculous or would make gaffes or would stumble or just read from the binder like the past administration. And so she makes it look so easy. But one of the things that I do so appreciate about Caroline Leavitt is that she clearly loves her job, that she is an unapologetic, conservative young woman, Trump supporter, and that she just says it like it is. This is the way it is. This is the fact. And I just love that about her. I really appreciate it. And I think she gives permission. There's this old saying that we all need permission. I don't know if I really subscribe to that, but she does really, I think, empower young women, all conservatives to say, yeah, you know what? This is the way it is. Here's how it is. Here's how I see it. No, I'm not going to let you get away with that anymore. I really appreciate that she is that way. And yesterday in her briefing and outside, just riffing, no notes, no binder, no book, just saying it like she is in total command of her job, the facts, and you know, that she's a spokesperson for the White House and for President Trump. Just, I'll tell you what, of all the talent that Trump has ever, you know, you think about The Apprentice, or you think about his career, I don't know that he has ever discovered a talent like her. But man, I just think it'll be fun to see where she goes after this job. I hope she keeps this job the whole 4 years. There's a big burnout factor in that. Feel bad for anybody who has to follow her. But I really think it'll be fun to watch Caroline Leavitt as she moves on throughout her career, her life, and really balances it all. Marriage, the baby, all of that. So 855-839-1210. What a day. Appreciate you and appreciate my guys. You know, just a moment ago, we heard the state senator, Tracy Pinnacook, talk about, when you find like that electrician, that plumber, that HVAC guy, that's your guy. And you just want to hug him and you just appreciate that you found that guy, because they're hard to find, especially the good ones. And that's where my guys at Marvin E. Cans come in. We had a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed in our lower level. It's where our office is. We had a lot of problems down there, a lack of ductwork and all of that, not the proper ventilation. And that's why this mini split by Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning, it's a total game changer. And you can look it up. We did a video just so you can see how it works, and you can check that out on the website. But it really is a game changer. You're going to love it. And so Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Free speech lives here with Don Sensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, the guy in the White House right now impresses me a lot. My husband got me tickets to see her concert. And I think David got roped into that one because my girlfriend couldn't go.
Yeah.
So poor Dave. God bless my kids.
How was she live?
She's awesome.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shania, she's fantastic.
She was strong in that era of auto-tune, so
Yeah.
you never know how it's going to go, you know?
So President Trump is meeting with the Philippines president. If you look at the C-SPAN or CNN, his real name is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., but everybody calls him Bong Bong. What a cool nickname, Bong Bong.
Huh.
Bong Bong Marcos, which
Yeah.
is what Fox IDs him as, which is kind of cracks me up. So President Trump has been meeting with him. By the way, did you know there was a small earthquake?
What?
That rattled,
No.
This is North Jersey, but it was felt as far away as Maryland. So it was Morris, I believe in Morris, New Jersey, but it was felt, Baltimore, they felt it, U.S. Geological Survey. This is always, remember, we have felt Jersey quakes here in Pennsylvania. This one was a smaller one, only 1.6 on the good old Richter scale. Just thought I'd mention that to you. No, nobody hurt. I don't think there's any damage. And no, it wasn't because Bob Costas was on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Although I think we I don't know.
Groundbreaking.
We were rattling and rolling over here.
I'm looking for any kind of details as to why the guy's name is Bong Bong, but
it's just his nickname.
Just,
Bong Bong.
What it says is just deal with it. It's his nickname.
You got BB.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are these Trump nicknames? Sometimes I wonder, like BB. Benjamin Netanyahu is BB. And, he's Bong Bong.
Bong Bong.
Bong Bong.
Okay.
So you got that going on. Trump, of course, speaking out. Everybody constantly is asking him about the Fed chair and what's going on with interest rates. Jerome Powell, would you just do it already and just lower the interest rates? I don't know. Is he being stubborn? I don't get it.
Sticking it to Trump.
I really don't. But tomorrow I will try to get more into the issue that I was trying to. I wanted to lead with it at 10, but then we had the Bob Costas reaction and all of that happening. But I just want to point out to you that this is active in Congress, that the House Committee on Homeland Security, who's on that committee is Brian Fitzpatrick. Because I know you guys love him. You're not mad at him or anything.
No. Go Fields of Jasmine.
Possibly. I know. And we will have what?
I said, is that what it was, Jasmine? I feel like I keep getting that wrong.
Here's the thing about Fitzpatrick, and we will have this conversation. There's so much we have to talk about. We are going to have this conversation. We're going to have it out because I know that you're mad at him, that he did not vote for the big, beautiful bill and all of that. But on the other hand, he's somebody who's the only Republican who's able to get reelected in Bucks County and in purple Bucks, if that's where we're going, but not in look at Montgomery County, look at Delco, look at Chesco. They've all gone blue. They've all gone to the D's. He's that one guy who's been able to hold on to it. And so we have to have that conversation. But he's on this particular House committee where they were revealing how these NGOs the allegation is facilitated human trafficking and actually profited from the border crisis. It's really sickening. And you had prominent individuals testifying. So we played a clip for you, and I will get into that more and delve into that because we don't talk about it enough. I also, real quick here, because I have to break, real quick, do you know that, remember the Wall Street Journal did that bizarre thing where they said that Trump, they had the birthday book, and there were a ton of people in a birthday book from like decades ago. And they had Trump, who reportedly wrote a birthday message, which has nothing to do with anything, tied it to because it was for Epstein. And so now Caroline Leavitt, one of the announcements is that Wall Street Journal, you are not invited to go to Scotland because freedom in Scotland, and you're not invited because you're naughty, WSJ. So they're uninvited and they're not going on Air Force One. So we got that going on, by the way. So we got to talk about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You've heard me talk about Mike and Mark Chapman. Started their business some 30 years ago. As their families grew, their business has certainly grown. And if you're thinking about redoing your siding, it's the perfect time. And Chapman has all the choices for you. They're currently offering, this is great, 20% off all siding. That means fiber cement siding or the vinyl siding. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. 30 years experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They complete and I can vouch for this. They do a beautiful job. Everything's written out just as you want it. And everything you picture, everything you discuss, there are no surprises here. And they're going to fit this within your budget. Okay. I love that too. But it's impeccable. Precision, care, professionalism. And these guys, they love what they do. It's actually fun to watch the Chapman guys at work because they love what they do. There's a real camaraderie, just great guys. So there is a Chapman difference. I can vouch for it. And I want you to experience the Chapman difference for yourself. By the way, they offer 18-month interest-free financing. Text, you can call 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on the Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Well, we were a little bit hijacked in a good way today by Bob Costas, really Greg Stocker. So we lost a lot. So I apologize. We were trying to, sprinkle in some news, if you will. There's a ton going on today. And we're looking, I didn't even get into the fact that the MLK Jr. files were dropped, thousands of files. We have so much breaking and developing. There's economic news, there's local news, there's national news. So I apologize that I didn't get as in depth as I usually do. But thanks for sticking with us.
We start at 6 a.m. and end at 10 a.m.
Yes.
Sorry, Greg.
And so, and I will just say thank you, Mr. Bob Costas, for joining us, joining in the conversation. If you know me, you know, and Dom Giordano knows this, Dan knows this. I always have this half glass full where I believe that if I can have the conversation with Bob Costas, that I can be an evangelist. Like I can save him. You know what I mean? I can get anybody to see the light.
Save him from his own embarrassment.
Yes. And so that's really from, and I mean that in a genuine way. I always have that. If I'm like, if we could just have the conversation, I know I could bring him, I could take him to the light and take him out of the dark side.
We're talking about the Bob Costas here.
Yes. So it might take more than one conversation, but I always like, I'm gonna make him see the light, my brother Bob, so that he can find the goodness and the light of Donald J. Trump as I wink. But no, seriously, we have to talk more about it. Dom Giordano is coming up. Is Dom still in the... What a beautiful day. If you're down the shore, and I think Dom is, what a beautiful day to be at the Jersey Shore or anywhere with this gorgeous weather and lower humidity. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn, you're exactly right. Nice weather report. Can hardly wait to be on the beach with Ro. But, Dawn, first we have Eric Gregg coming on, the breaking story about Maxwell talking to the DOJ. But also he wrote the hoax book. And down here, Harry Hurley, our buddy, the Trump administration taking over the Atlantic City Housing Authority. It's beyond notorious. I don't even think Philadelphia can match it as far as the corruption. It's beyond belief, but it's the Trump administration, again, doing the right things.
Yes. Can't wait to hear the Dom Giordano show and as well say hi to my friend Harry. Dom's up next.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter Trusted Pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought Smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, everyone, it is Dom time. We are loaded up today from the Jersey Shore. We're going to talk with Greg Jarrett, chief legal correspondent at Fox. Originally, wanted to get him on. He wrote the book, Russia Hoax, which is still ongoing. He's here at 12:30, but we'll ask him about the big breaking story. It appears to be more than just maybe. It appears that a chief official from the Justice Department is going to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. According to all reports that are out there, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, the president's top guy in most of those cases, he communicated with Maxwell's counsel to determine whether she'd be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. I anticipate with meeting with her in the coming days. Until now, no administration on behalf of the department had inquired about her willingness to meet with the government. That changes now. So this is a good outcome at this point. I don't know if she'll testify before Congress. Look, if this is on the record, transcribed, and we get her to say what she knows or what she purports to know, that's a move forward. That's a very good move forward. And by the way, we had a lot of fun on Friday. I'm thinking about Trump. Now, he said this well out of the box, but it appears that Coke will have cane sugar. Now, apparently it's American cane sugar. I don't think it's a Mexican thing, so I haven't tasted it. We'll put our team on that. But I told you the other day when Dan bought it, the Mexican Coke had a markedly better taste and even smell. You know, it's not fine wine, but it had that kind of feel to it. So this is another big deal on how many fronts can we see this stuff play out. We have a great side question today, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. So the Epstein thing has ebbed a bit here, but I'm sure it's going to pick up when we see this move forward. I'm not sure how soon. I'd rather see it sooner rather than later, that we get her transcribed, call it testimony or what she knows. That would be a big thing. And what will she say? Well, we'll see. You know, something maybe moving toward why is she in jail then? Alan Dershowitz on national TV yesterday suggested that yes, Epstein committed suicide, but the jailers may have helped him. Last time he was on, it wasn't one of his great moments in that there was a lot with him that is, you can imagine he was the attorney in this situation. It is difficult. We have the continuing Hunter Biden defending himself and going through all kinds of gyrations. Just wanted to address, I'm going to play you Scott Jennings here, bringing up this point. This will be cut too, Dan, that Jennings says the Trump base voted for aggressive internal enforcement. Now, there are polls out there where it's pretty close. Byron York at Washington Examiner had a good insight, this most recent CBS poll. In that poll, 43% of people said either there was no difference at the border as far as combating illegal immigration. 10% said that these are all Democrats, self-appointed Democrats, that it was worse. So when you have that kind of number going in that can't even agree about the border, separate that for a moment, that this is lockdown mode, it is better, people are not getting in illegally, how in the world, when you poll deporting any number of people, are you going to get a result that the American people support that? In other words, the big narrative out there, and this will be a big battle. Yes, criminal, illegal aliens like the two guys who allegedly shot the customs and border guy in the face, but not just rounding up people that are here illegally. It's a closer call, but I still think the majority of people support that. Now, you know, if there's an incident where it appears somebody was shipped off to Timbuktu and shouldn't have been, then a poll you take at that point in time, cause celeb, it's going to change. But I think the numbers are there. given the overwhelming number of things that Biden did. I'm going to give you something I only saw in one place. That's an indicator that there is an appetite for that. Because the people that are doing this usually hold elective office, meaning they have to please the voters. I'm looking at a story today from Axios, Philadelphia. There are now 25 state agencies, not at the state level, but across the state of Pennsylvania, like sheriffs, like Fred Herring, that have agreed to sign up with the government, that 287 program, to aid and abet, support ICE and others in their mission around illegal immigration. 25. In June, there were only 11. So why the uptick? Well, some of it paperwork going through the system. But the bottom line is these are people that have to have constituents approve. It's going to be interesting. Fred Herring in Bucks County, allegedly a place where you can't do this. All right, this is cut 2. Here is Scott Jennings making the point that the Trump base, and that did win the election, and I believe a swath of other Americans did vote for aggressive internal enforcement.
Going to push you in the chest.
I do want to also touch on immigration. We got some polling on that as well this week. And Scott, Kevin touched on this too, but this new poll shows a majority of Americans think Trump has gone too far when it comes to immigrants living in the U.S. illegally. Obviously, we are 6 months in. They are getting, they've had months now to show kind of what they want to do with immigration. How do you think the Trump administration should think about that issue going forward?
Well, there's always two parts of this issue. One was dealing with the border, and just by taking office and changing the attitude of the federal government, the southern border is effectively closed. So that's solved, and that's a good thing. And in the big, beautiful bill, we've now have new investments for ICE and border enforcement, so that part's okay. The messier part was always going to be internal enforcement, deportations. And there was a lot of polling during the election and since that the American people were A-OK with deportations, specifically of violent criminals, but really of mass deportations generally. I do think a lot of narratives have swirled about what they're doing that simply aren't true. But this was always going to be messier because you're dealing with people who are already here, not people who are trying to get here and are being stopped at the border. So, most supporters of the president that I know, most Republicans that I know are perfectly fine with what the administration is doing. They voted for an aggressive internal enforcement here. And so I see no signs that they're going to be slowing down. This is one of the motivating issues that got President Trump into politics in the first place. It got him the Republican nomination in the first place. This is one of the issues why he exists in politics. And so I think it's full speed ahead, polling or no polling.
Chuck.
All right, there you go. This is going to be where now we're seeing this. We're seeing the ratcheting up of more and more people being deported. We're going to see if those numbers hold or not. And I gave you one barometer here in Pennsylvania. It's up to 14 more in just a month of these sheriffs and other, some of them small, some of them like Bucks County, that have decided they're going to throw in with the federal government to aid and abet this. It makes their communities safer. It makes America safer. It's violation of the law. We're not going to continue the business as usual. Now, remember, a lot of these people have to stand for election. They're not just appointed or whatever, and somebody else okays it. They're just executing it. They have to make the decision. We've been through this with Fred Herring. It's his decision there to go down this path, and those commissioners fight him on it. All right. Sad to report, but I think a really interesting side question today. When I saw yesterday the death of one of the members of the Cosby Family, an unbelievable TV show. It just, I think he was 54. It struck me.
Warner.
Yes, it struck me that good question would be a show that moved the needle societally. In other words, not just it was funny, it was dramatic. It had some kind of impact. And not that it was trying to do that, it was trying to be a good TV show. So I interviewed, I think his first name, Dr. Poussaint. He's the guy that was behind the Cosby Show as far as a coach, if you will. And this may have been, I'll say it probably was, the first black family you saw on TV that were professionals, doctor, lawyer, that kind of thing. So it was a breakout. for TV. That's where we're looking. Something that moved the needle in some way. I looked at the top 100 from experts. Game of Thrones was on there. I don't know why Game of Thrones, but
What do you mean you don't know why?
I don't see that as moving the needle.
Well, you haven't watched it, have you?
A little bit,
Yeah.
sure.
Well, if you haven't watched it the whole way through, I don't think you can comment on it.
What's the societal needle mover, though?
It's the
I don't see
scope
what
of it. I think the reason that shows need to really go big or go home today, because the audience won't stand for anything less because of Game of Thrones. I think the scope of that show, the characters, and the whole thing.
Yeah, but what was the societal impact? That's the thing we're asking.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying shows can no longer
I see.
skate
That's
by
okay.
on
Okay.
being cheap.
All right.
Like, they have to be big. They have to be this big, grandiose type of
All right,
show.
that's a TV thing. I get what you're saying. I don't know if that's societal, but okay. There's a lot of arguments to be made. Maybe that's why it was on the list. So I'll take off right from the top a show that wouldn't be on TV. It'd be hard to be on TV today, All in the Family. Sometimes it used to be voted the #1 show in the history of TV. Of course, with cable and all that, it's going to be difficult. So I'll take off All in the Family. I'll take off The Wire, although societally, we've had a lot of cop shows. This arguably is the best show on TV. I would argue it showed how difficult it is and all the nuances in a way that's unparalleled. So I guess it had impact also. But my main one would be All in the Family. Phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. So, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, how about the show that revolutionized the space for children, Sesame Street?
Okay,
yeah, wasn't any programming for
true.
kids before
yeah,
then,
that's
and
true.
then they came up with this, and it was a hit, and they're like, and then everyone else was like, hey, maybe we can do something like this. So, yeah, Sesame Street.
The kid shows before that were there. There was a space, but they were not educational or impactful in that manner. They were just, here locally, there was Captain Kangaroo, things like that. I don't remember Soupy it's disastrous. I don't remember too many that had any kind of impact beyond that. So, phone lines are 855-839-1210. The Epstein thing, does this give you a sense? Now, it's going to generate stuff that then people are going to go, what about this? What about that? We know that. But is it a good faith effort? Is it moving the needle toward trying to get this to be transparent? I think it is. Now, the conspiracy theories, web, internet, and all that, when it's out there, social media, Twitter, there's going to be a barrage after he interviews her or talks with her. I'm not sure if it'll be made public. It should be, word by word. But it's an attempt, I think, to move forward that I support. 855-839-1210.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, The Wire, yeah, definitely impactful. All in the Family's my answer, though, with this death yesterday. The Cosby Show back in the news, Dom Giordano show. A show that may have been a great show, but it went beyond, particularly if it's a comedy, to do that is very difficult. It can't be driving a message. It's got to be organic, and I think The Cosby Show was. You saw a husband and wife, both professionals, a different sort of thing. And despite all the stuff with Cosby, it is still an unbelievable show and a breakout. Okay, yesterday we had a caller, got a little bit toward the end. Steve Feldman, Zionist of America, called in. I saw more today, people like Netanyahu and others trying to explain to the Pope, who I think is on the borderline. Now, I know a church was hit in Gaza, but the Pope doesn't seem to understand, talking about the barbarous way the war is being fought. Well, Your Eminence, when you're up against savages that not only murdered 1,200 people, Hamas, on October 7th, but still have hostages, that as their playbook, not as an outlier, they meant to torture, rape, and do the most ungodly things to children, women, men, families together. That's what they did. That's who they are. And they don't deserve to live, Your Eminence. So save the lectures here. Yes, it may have gone awry. That a weapon may have missed a target, and a church may have been hit here. That's true. All right, and I think precision and trying to do this certainly is in the game plan. But this idea of jumping into this and not realizing what Israel's trying to do here, it's to the best of their ability, and you can say all you want, well, they won't be able to do it. You're never going to fully stop this. And I would agree, it's an uphill battle. But they're trying to diminish Hamas to such a level that we're not going to see this slaughter that is unparalleled, particularly in the identity of a people who have already suffered that, Holy Father. So, it's one thing to say, look at what's happened here with the church. I get that. But let's not go down that path saying they're conducting the war in that manner. You want to call it savagery? Well, that's what's needed to root out and kill this enemy that doesn't deserve to live in any way, shape, or form. I would hope the Holy Father would say something along those lines about Hamas, rather than just being critical of Israel. But that's where we are. And you're going to hear more on this, including, I think you're going to see a major effort. We talked about this yesterday, to vote Benjamin Netanyahu out of the Cheltenham High School Hall of Fame. And to their credit in Cheltenham, they do put the pictures up of the people in Hall of Fame and bios where students can see them as they're going through the halls. Now suddenly, based on what? He can't be there. And I haven't had people call in. I went to Newman, and I never took a look fully at the catalog of Newman's Hall of Fame, but Southern, Newman, you had all these entertainers. I don't know who the most accomplished or famous person out of Newman would be, but I do know we're talking the Cosby Show today as an impactful TV show, and that Cosby, everybody claimed him. Now no one does. I think at one point he went to Germantown High. He went to Central, and there may have been a third in there. Now nobody wants to claim Bill Cosby. So it's a funny thing. If you know who's in yours, I've often asked over the years, the Hall of Fame that had the most accomplished people in it. You look at some in New York, and it's incredible across all walks of life. I'm not sure here who would win. It used to be Central had a lot of players, but South Philly, due to major entertainers, ball players, things of that nature, you had equality. All right, so coming up, we're going to talk with Greg Jarrett. Greg, of course, you see on Fox News, is their ace correspondent, and we'll talk with him about what Tulsi Gabbard has put out there, but also this decision now by the DOJ to meet with Maxwell to try to get to the bottom of what she purports to know. Here is Alan Dershowitz, though, yesterday. Now, when he was on me the other day, he's trying to make the case that he was unsure about this with Epstein. Then he dropped. He wasn't his lawyer after a certain point. But here's what he said about the alleged suicide, and I do think he committed suicide. I'm in a minority on that, I guess. Here's Dershowitz. Wow, that's more than suggesting it with the help of jailers. I don't know if the host followed up. I certainly would have on that. What do you mean by that, Professor? What's the allegation there? How did they help him? All right. So the Epstein thing does really drive the news today, without a doubt. But Hunter Biden, and thanks to Dan yesterday, who corralled some of this stuff, we had a lot more that we didn't play yesterday. And we made the point that Hunter Biden is beyond, boy, this guy, my top, who are the 5 people most unhelpful to Democrats and progressives? Hunter Biden, every time he pops up, has to be one. The guy in New York, I had conversations with several people that think he's going to be elected. And if Cuomo and Adams stay in there, I think he is going to be elected. And yeah, we get it. It's going to be bad for New York. But boy, it does help us in the midterms. And then Crockett, Jasmine Crockett, every time America sees her that she has any prominence, that's definitely helpful. So the more that we expose them, the more that you hear them, the more that they're out there, the more it points to people actually seeing what we're up against, what they're about. But definitely Hunter Biden. Here's Hunter. Henry, this is cut, let's see. So many good ones. We played a few of these yesterday. Here's Hunter Biden going off, talking about, onto the investigation of this is cut 7, the investigation of the cocaine in the White House.
They're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
I think it was Don Jr.? Yeah. Oh, you're talking about old White House?
Yeah, when my dad was there.
Oh, so they just got to blame you automatically?
Yeah, I mean, they're literally going to do an FBI, another congressional investigation, because they've convinced themselves that it had to be me, that there was a little tiny, and I guess my point of even bringing it up is that no. I have been clean and sober since June of 2019, and I have not touched a drop of alcohol or a drug, and I'm incredibly, incredibly proud of that.
And why would you bring cocaine to the White House?
Why would I bring cocaine to the White House, stick it into a cubby outside the Situation Room in the West Wing when I wasn't there? Anyway, who the fuck knows?
And politicians, I mean, they do blow, right?
All right, let me interject, Mr. Host, because you're a dope and because you're arrogant. That might be a reason that we suspect this. Notice, too, we're glad that he's sober, if that's the case, but that does not a shield that gets you out of everything. Of course we would suspect him. Oh, that's preposterous. Why? How many things did he do and get away with? It's almost impossible to calculate all of them. How many people in his circle did things and got away with them? Again, almost impossible to calculate that. All righty, it's 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Coming up, the great Greg Jarrett from Fox News Channel. We'll talk with him about the Russia hoax. That's his book, after all. But in addition to that, ask him first about Attorney Blanche meeting with Maxwell. What would he ask? What does she know? What does he think can come out of all that? I see this as movement. I think we're moving forward here. Hey, get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right. The season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 826-LIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a rescue product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com. Do it today.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
There are so many threats to your retirement future, from geopolitical clashes to economic volatility. But the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System protects over 6,000 clients from each and every one of those threats.
My name is Fred Everly, and I'm a Crash-Proof retirement consumer that joined Crash-Proof 2022. Everybody should consider Crash-Proof retirement if you really want to save your nest egg, especially in the environment we're in right now. You have the opportunity to make not just 4 or 6%. You could go into the double digits, and that interest will earn more interest. I'm not losing any more money. The only thing I can do is gain, and that puts a big smile on my face.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Big issues, big guests. It's always a pleasure to have Greg Jarrett on. And Greg, of course, is the author of several books, one of which is apropos of where we are with Tulsi Gabbard, certainly, the Russia hoax. And this is a definitive guide to what went on here and how it played out. I thought he'd be interesting to hear where he thinks the threat of this goes. How does the other side try to deflect it? Let's go to Greg here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg, saw you on the Fox and Friends the other day. Masterful job, of course, on this whole thing. Wanted to ask, though, first, a quick question. Your analysis, your sense of Blanche, the now Deputy Secretary of the DOJ, going to meet with Maxwell, according to all reports.
Well, it is consistent with Trump's order
to the Department of Justice, to Pam Bondi and Blanche and Kash Patel over at the FBI, and if, release any credible evidence. And if Ghislaine Maxwell actually has something to say that would incriminate others who abused young women, underage women, she ought to cough it up. And the DOJ should then, make it public and take, legal action. So, I find it refreshing that the DOJ and the FBI have sort of turned a page here. Their original problem was that they overpromised and they hyped up the release of what they claimed was a client list, and whether it was a formal list of names or files identifying names, that's a distinction without a difference. It doesn't matter which it is. Turn it over. And look, when you make a solemn promise like that to voters, and then all of a sudden you don't fulfill the promise, you've got problems. And I think it was a mistake. I hope they're going to rectify it because, things like child sex abuse and human trafficking and so forth, that is very serious, horrible stuff. And Americans have a right to know what happened.
Without a doubt. Will this be transcribed, do you think? I mean, what's your guess? What does he do? Because if he sits with her and says there's nothing, then here we go again. Do they have a stenographer? What do you think they do in a situation like this?
Well, I would hope so, although that would have to be negotiated with the defense attorney. And Todd Blanche, who is really a fine lawyer, has made contact with the defense attorney, and apparently it's going to happen in the next few days. That's one of the details they'll simply have to work out and agree upon.
Okay. Greg, and two, I don't want to dwell on this, but I did not follow the Maxwell trial. I didn't go back and read the entire transcript. But she did not name names, right? Isn't that the contention, and that's what she wants to do now, the principal thing?
Yeah, and look, when you're doing a 20-year stretch in, the big house, and there's a way to get out, you give it serious consideration. So one also has to examine her motive and any corroborating evidence that she might have.
Exactly.
Because you walk into the standard federal prison and 99% of the people there, I'm innocent, I didn't do it.
Yeah, and to that point, when you get inside one of these places, I think the only time I interviewed a guy in Trenton State, and I can tell you, I never wanted to be inside a prison anyhow. But after that, Greg, and I think I was more in the outer part. I wasn't going up and down cell row. How about you as an attorney? Have you been to, say, a federal prison?
Oh, absolutely. I've been to federal prisons, state prisons. As a journalist, I've interviewed people in important cases, and it's not a fun place to be.
No, without a doubt. Now, what is it? You wrote the book on this. We've had you on several times on this definitively. What is it? Did you, in the book, anticipate this, what Gabbard has? Did you talk about it? What is it exactly that's new here?
Well, no, it's most of the new evidence simply corroborates what I originally wrote in my first book 7 years ago, The Russia Hoax, and then the sequel the next year called Witch Hunt, even more details. And I, argued from page one of the first book, again 7 years ago, that this was the Obama administration and the national security team. I call them the Three Stooges, Comey, Clapper, and Brennan, who were, as Tulsi Gabbard now says, manufacturing and politicizing phony evidence to help frame Donald Trump. And it all came, to a head in the summer of 2016 when Brennan discovered that Hillary had approved this plan to falsely smear Trump for colluding with Russia and helping to finance the bogus dossier Now we have Brennan's handwritten notes of two meetings at the White House, late July, early August 2016. Obama's there, Biden's there, Clapper, Comey. And they discussed it, and they all knew it was an invented hoax to vilify Trump. What I think is so incredibly offensive and should be alarming to the American public is that none of those people in those two meetings decided to tell the truth to the American public or even to Congress. They knew it was an invented hoax. But instead of coming clean, they kept silent, and they secretly joined the scheme to vilify Trump. And they deliberately altered intelligence to help drive the scandal, even though U.S. intel determined there was no Russian interference to help Trump win the election. So, this was just the beginning of what I think turned out to be a decade-long lawfare campaign against Trump, culminating in, the special counsel Jack Smith's two misbegotten cases against Trump. That is really, I think, something the FBI is looking at, a vast ongoing criminal conspiracy case.
Do you think, can we put odds, Greg? I hate to ask you that way. I'd put them maybe 1 out of 10. There will actually be indictments in this. Do you think there'll be indictments?
Well, Comey and Brennan are already under criminal investigation, and I would not hazard to handicap the likelihood of this. Now, one of the things I will say is, if you take this as a conspiracy case in which the last overt acts were the Mar-a-Lago raid and certain events thereafter, that overcomes any difficulties with the statute of limitations, and it also effectively allows the case to be brought in a venue other than Washington, D.C., where the endemic bias of jurors make it impossible to gain a conviction against Democrats.
Greg Jarrett with us, the Russia hoax, of course, witch hunt that he just mentioned. Greg, what are you working on now? When are we going to see another book? Are you working on one?
No, I'm not working on any more books at the moment.
It's arduous, yeah.
Books are exceedingly exhausting, and so I'm taking a break. I think I have my hands full, and frankly, it's hard to beat those first two books because as we've found out now, they were right on the money.
Exactly, but I would say though, your book on our principal documents is a must-read. The way you treat it, the way you develop it, it brings them afresh. I mean, we're in Philadelphia, we have Liberty Bell and all that, but at times somebody like you does something that makes them come alive, sees them through fresh eyes, and that's tough to do.
Thank you very much. The Constitution of the United States, other patriotic documents, was the most recent book, and I think it's really important for people to understand where we're going. We have to know how this country was created and why, by some truly brilliant people, our founders, but then all of the others throughout the last 200 some odd years who have made such important contributions, including women, people of color. I mean, there's a whole array of people, and I think you get that in this book.
You absolutely do. Greg, thank you, as always. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Greg Jarrett here on Talk Radio 1210. You heard what he said about Maxwell, what he said about Hillary, what he said about potential indictments around what Tulsi Gabbard, the big story of this week in a lot of ways. Maybe not quite on the level of Epstein as far as media coverage, but as far as importance, absolutely. All right, get in on the side question, too. Here's how you do it. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all I need you to do is push pound 1210. Take a TV, comedy, drama, whatever it might be. Not so much a documentary or anything like that. Henry had Sesame Street. I had All in the Family. Just to start, the show, like the Cosby Show, that shall we say, and not intentionally, it wasn't preaching. It was just the organic nature of it that changed subtly, that may be the word, impressions of some group, something, change what TV did after that, like Sesame. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in. So when you have 2 days this week, I'm off the next 3. We'll have 2 names in the hat today at about, $2.50. We'll pull one, and you will be gone off to Gallows for their great $50 gift card to Gallows, the great seafood salad and other delicacies up there on the boulevard. And we have a great prize today, too, for Dom's Money Melody at about 2:13. 855-839-1210.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. So whether you want fiber cement siding or maybe vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. Siding is not just for curb appeal. It also acts as that protective barrier against harsh weather of all seasons. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding completes every project with such care, such precision, and they also go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home and your budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage, 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All All right, Tom Giordano's show. That's the side question today you can hit us with. A TV show that organically, not preaching, none of that, like The Cosby Show, had impact beyond it. What was the impact? That's all in your perception, what you can tell us about. All right. Also, you heard Greg Jarrett, where we're going next with this, with Jocelyn Maxwell, is going to be high drama. And then the cooperation and all the rest of it. But I do hope it'll be transcribed or taped. Tape would be better because, there would be conspiracy theory coming out of this too. But it is a move forward. Now, Mike Johnson, I don't think, should have shut down the House. They couldn't vote on several important things because he knew they were going to vote, Jeff Van Drew, along with others, to release more of the Epstein documents. Shouldn't have done that, okay? He's hoping that after the recess, when they come back, whenever it is in August or so, or September, early September, that this will all be gone away. We'll see. But Greg Jarrett said he believes they're going to meet within a matter of days, which is a good thing. All right, let's see. Let's go to Lance in Springfield Township on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. How are you, sir?
Good, Lance.
Excellent. Hey, I guess my point is with Maxwell Epstein as well as the Trump collusion case, I kind of view these two investigations equally. I voted for Trump for a number of reasons, but one of the things that I guess I felt really compelled about is the abuse of the powerful and not having equal systems of justice.
Yep, exactly.
And I believe wholeheartedly that he's got to go after both.
I agree. And again, this is a step forward. That's why I said Mike Johnson should have had the vote. I think there would have been enough people, Democrats, and maybe 10 Republicans. That would have been enough to say release more documents. Yeah, you got to. Jeff Van Drew is a Trump guy, but he's a patriot and a supporter, a true friend to the president. And I agree with him. Got to get this stuff out there.
Exactly. I don't think he knows how much it's maybe hurting his reputation amongst some of his loyal, people that voted for him. So,
well, the polling, to be fair, doesn't indicate that. But there could be a poll coming up in the next 3-4 days where this all crystallizes, and you're right. Or we could be seeing a point, Lance, where it's ebbing a bit. A little hard to say until I see this interview with Maxwell.
Well, I certainly hope they come to some kind of answers because we deserve them. But,
what's your TV show that had a big impact? Yeah.
So I think it had a huge impact, Dom. I think it was organic, like you said. It was MASH. It started out as really more of a anti-Vietnam movie, but that whole sweeping of the draft and being in the service and what are we doing here type of attitude, carried over in a comedy type of format.
It did. It is a biggie. And at one point, the finale of MASH, I don't know if it beat Dallas or not, but it was up there until we started seeing Super Bowls, that were huge. It was the biggest finale, at least, for a long time. That show, you're right, had impact.
I do remember reading something as a funny side point, but I think you said more people watch that than maybe, until the Super Bowl started beating it. But I think they measured the water pressure in, different civic areas. Like as soon as the series was over, the conclusion, and people went to the bathroom and flushed the toilet.
Exactly.
That's how many people watched it and were glued to seeing the whole episode.
Thank you, Lance. Well, that was, that'd be interesting to see. If you Google the all-time water pressure drop, I would tell you probably beating MASH was OJ. As I remember it, I was at WWDB. I was watching the verdict come down in real time as we were waiting, and it seemed to be Eastern time around noonish. So it wasn't like everybody in the world was at home. Am I remembering that right? Is that the time, like 12:30 Eastern Standard Time? I could be off. And then all hell broke loose with the places they went, showing how people reacted to the verdict. All right, coming up, it's football season. And Ray Dininger contacted Dan asking to be on. We'll talk to Ray about your Philadelphia Eagles, and the NFL Prime story. See what other stories he has out there, though. I mean, he is one of the most beloved figures. A combination of beloved and the most insightful. Could have been a general manager, I think. So, Ray Dininger next. A little bit later on today, we are going to talk at 2 o'clock. We're going to talk with our friend Harry Hurley, but at 2 o'clock, Corey DeAngelis, who is the chief guy when it comes to school choice. And he says this is a big opportunity to see what all these blue state governors are going to do. Are they going to let kids go, or are they going to stonewall them? I'm betting Shapiro is not going to sign off on school choice. All right, all that unfolds, and your calls, 855-839-1210.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep, our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by Zenwork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want you to join me for our next Politics and Pints with my special guest, Fox News superstar Giordano Caldwell, Thursday, July 31st, 7:30 p.m. Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Easy to get to. Jersey people, easy to get to. It's going to be a great night, but tickets are going to sell out. I don't want you to miss this. One night only. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. Get your tickets now. Politics and Pints with me and Giordano Caldwell, July 31st, 1210WPHT.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. We should talk momentarily here with Ray Didinger. And big surprise, he doesn't tell anybody until Dan just told me the Master has a new play coming our way. What the heck? Got to get some tickets. Got to get set up for this. It's called Spinner, a new play by Ray Didinger. But, of course, we'll talk football. And Dan and Henry, feel free if you have a question or two in a moment. We'll do that. Ray Didinger. Ray, welcome back. Sneakily making more plays out there. What the heck's going on?
I kind of surprised myself with this one. But, Tommy and Me, which you've come to see a couple times, is still going. I mean, it's now 9 years it's been running, and it's going to be coming back again this October at People's Light Theater in Malvern. But I had this other play in my mind. I had this other story in my mind. It was a story I originally wrote for the Philadelphia Bulletin back in 1971, and I've just kind of had it in the back of my mind all this time, and I always felt that it could be a really special story. I thought that it had a chance to work on the stage, and it just took a while for me to just finally work up the courage to sit down and try and write it, and I did. And the Delaware Theater Company got it, liked it, and now we're going to produce it. So it's going to be the play Spinner will be on the stage at the Delaware Theater Company come September. So I hope folks that have come out to see Tommy and Me, and they have now for a long time and enjoyed it, hopefully they'll. This is a little bit different. It's a different kind of story. It's about ice hockey, not football. And it's a story I haven't been able to shake for 50 years, and I'm finally now going to get a chance to tell it.
And the premise of it, we got the ice hockey, we got the resilience, right? What's the story that you wrote?
Without giving it away too much, it's a story. It's a story about kind of a father and son relationship. It's a father. The father is a lumberjack who lives up in the wilds of British Columbia, and his dream is to see his son play in the National Hockey League. And everything, his whole life is built around getting his son on the ice, buying him his equipment, driving him to practice, and everything is about seeing his son one day play in the National Hockey League. And, how that affects his life, how it affects the son's life, how it affects the entire family as this kid climbs the ladder to try and realize both his dream and his father's dream. That's really kind of what the story is. It's a family story, it's a father-son story, but it's all against the backdrop of hockey in the 1970s.
Now, does Brad Pitt finally play Ray Didinger in this?
No, Ray Didinger doesn't appear in this one. There is, however, a sports writer. There's a sports writer from the Toronto Star who plays a role throughout. I mean, he's sort of a character who appears and then is part of the boy's life all the way through his career. So there is a sports writer, but it's not me.
I don't want to get Ray ahead of himself here.
Yeah,
but me and Henry over here talking like, Ray, this story is made for the silver screen. It's. I feel like he has movie written all over it, and I say that because also hockey fans are so starved for any kind of content. A guy that knows so much about films, sports films, there's not that many great hockey stories out there. Ones that wrench at the heart. The most recent one I can even think of is Goon, and that really took over the hockey world. It's not even that good of a movie. Here we have an amazing story, Ray. Is that I don't want you to get too ahead of yourself, but are there plans for the silver screen moving forward with this story?
Actually, years ago, the story was very well known in Canada. It has a very tragic arc to it, and as a result, people who are really plugged into the NHL and the people in Canada were all very aware of what happened with this young man and his father. And so after his career ended, there was a made-for-TV movie that was made by the CBC, and it aired up in Canada, but it never made it to the States. But Dan, I agree with you. It's a really powerful story that I think you don't necessarily have to be a hockey fan to be really caught up in it. Much the way Tommy and Me, I think, is a story that you don't have to be an Eagles fan, you don't have to be a football fan to understand the story of Tommy and Me. I think this is very much this. I think Spinner is very much the same kind of thing.
Yeah, I would say Tommy and Me is father, son, and then the new father and daughter. It's an obvious thing.
Oh, sure.
Sharing across that. And it's like Conklin Translate, Ray. I opened for him a couple times recently, even though some of the Philadelphia sports things he has are pretty old. This translates because of the universal themes, and you're sensitive to that. So, by the way, do you ever go to the Jersey Shore, Ray? I got something cooking up here. We'd love to get you at Mulligan sometime. You called in once on Dom Giordano Day, and people going, wow, is Ray Didinger coming? Do you ever summer at the Jersey Shore at all?
I've never been a Jersey Shore guy. My family did.
Okay.
We had my grandparents and parents. They had a little bungalow down in Pleasantville, right across the bay from Atlantic City. But I was never much into the sun and the surf kind of thing. I've had to go there to do different things. I've sometimes gone there on some occasions, but I've never been like the summertime obligation. Go to the Jersey Shore. That's never been my thing.
All right. Well, we're going to be contacting you. We'll see if we can lure you down. I don't know what it's going to take because I had that in mind. We've had great events there, and we had Watson there. Jaws might be beaten by me or be beaten by Dan in a football throwing contest. We're working on that.
I've heard about Dan's football prowess. The 40-yard spiral. The legend lives on.
Tom, I'm going to clip that forever. I just had Ray Didinger comment positively about my football prowess.
There you go. We're going to put that on a resume.
Yes, the Dan Hall of Fame.
So, Ray, here, because of the flow of events with Trump, we don't need any more a go-to. Something when during the summertime things are light up the phones. But I do notice my colleagues skillfully down the hall in WIP, they just say the magic two words, Jalen Hurts.
Right.
And the word actually is being used with him, and you are a wordsmith. I would agree with it, though, even though not in the usual, the connotation of this, polarizing. I think he's one of the most polarizing figures we've ever seen, even though he's very stolid, doesn't cause any problems. When the lists come out before football season, which we're on the cusp, and some of these organizations rank him the ninth best quarterback, some of them even worse. And I wouldn't put him ninth, but I'm not putting him in the top 5. So I would ask you, if you had to rank him, where would you put him? Why is it so polarizing?
Well, I think it's the position. I think it's, quarterbacks are, no matter where they play, no matter what city they're in, no matter what fan base they have, everybody talks about the quarterback. Whenever you talk about your team, you always start at the quarterback position, and there's always going to be a split of opinion, and we've had it in this town. Randall Cunningham was a wildly polarizing player, and Donovan McNabb was too. And here's Jalen Hurts. I don't think it's anything specific to him. I think it's specific to the position.
Okay.
But to me, I heard. I was listening to the radio one day in my car, and the discussion was, "Is this a prove-it year for Jalen Hurts?" and I almost drove off the road. I said, "Well, are you kidding?" I mean, the guy won you the Super Bowl 20 minutes ago. I mean, what is there left to prove, really? I know, but listen, that's just the way it's going to be for however long he plays here or wherever. It's going to be. It's the nature of the position, and I've had long discussions with guys who played the position in the NFL. I mean, going all the way back, and not just Philly. I mean, I've had this discussion with Terry Bradshaw. I've had this discussion with Boomer Esiason. Had it with Joe Montana. All of them, and they all say that's part of it. I mean, yes, you got to have an arm. Yes, you got to have a brain. Yes, you got to have the toughness to play the position. But part of it is living with the other stuff. Part of it is just living with what your daily reality of your life and just being that figure. And you know what? Some guys can't handle it. I mean, some guys, it just gets in the way of them ever achieving what they could achieve as a player. But it's absolutely part of the equation, and it's certainly part of the thing with Jalen Hurts right now. But here's the thing, Dom. Whenever you draft a quarterback or you select a quarterback or you choose a quarterback, when a team makes that decision, that this is the first question you have to ask yourself, and coaches do it, general managers do it, the personnel guys, they look at the quarterbacks in the draft, they look at the quarterbacks in the free agent market, and the question you ask yourself, the first one is, can this guy win us a Super Bowl? Mm-hmm. Is this guy a Super Bowl winning quarterback? Can we win a Super Bowl with this guy? You start there. And he's answered it. He did it. He won you the Super Bowl, and he was the MVP. So, I mean, whether you rank him first, second, third, fifth, ninth, wherever, the fact of the matter is he's answered the big question. Now the question is, can he answer it again? And I'll tell you this. I mean, he certainly has the team around him.
Yeah,
right. I mean, the Eagles. I mean, they're the best team. I mean, it's no guarantee they're going to win it again, but you look at what's on paper, you look at that team, you look at the guys that are going to be taking the field tomorrow when training camp starts. They're the best of the 32 teams. They are the best team out there, and it's a big challenge, tough schedule, and everybody's gunning for them. But they've got a good enough team that they could do it again.
I concur, Ray, but I defer to you, of course, and we'll get Henry. Henry, I know you have he's our sports guy, big time, but I wanted to ask you this. I like Tom Brady a lot, rooted for him when he played. When he wouldn't shake Nick Foles' hand, though, that's excessive. Brady, I don't know if you saw this, Ray, cusp of the football season, NBC, he motivated himself by seeing Manning as not just, an opponent, an adversary, but as the enemy. And I can condone that. I can understand that. But I still don't understand. I've done stuff with Nick Foles. You got to shake Nick Foles' hand. Maybe not Manning, but Nick Foles. Do you think people carry that kind of mentality that make him great, Brady, that Manning is the enemy?
I think that certainly is part of Brady's makeup, yes. Brady to this day, I mean, here's a guy with 7 Super Bowl rings. Won Super Bowls with 2 different teams, which quarterbacks don't generally do. I mean, he had the great run with New England, which, made him an immortal. And then he left New England and went to Tampa and won there too. So, I mean, his career is one for the ages, no question about that. But he is still bothered by the fact that he was a 6th-round draft pick. It still bothers him that when he came out of Michigan, he was the 199th player selected. He has never gotten over that.
I can understand that.
He has never gotten over that. So
that's motivation,
when he loses a Super Bowl, when he loses a Super Bowl, I mean, he's not going to go over and shake the other guy's hand. I think that's wrong. I think that's just basic sportsmanship. I mean, if I were to advise him, I'd say, go do that. I mean, that's the minimum.
Nick Foles, though, is what the point I'm making, Ray. Nick Foles is like a guy from Mayberry wandering in. He's not a guy antagonizing you. My God.
Yeah, but he's the guy that took away the thing that you wanted was winning that day. And but was it excessive? Was it over the top? Of course it was, and it was. And it doesn't reflect well on Brady. But at the same time, it's part of what made him Brady.
Henry, you want to jump in? You got something for Ray?
I do. So, Ray, you were hitting on earlier about how there's not a lot of flaws with this Eagles team, but if there was one I could see, a few years ago, we went from Shane Steichen to Brian Johnson in terms of offensive coordinator, and there's a bit of a backslide on the offense that season. With Kellen Moore departing for the New Orleans Saints and Kevin Patullo stepping up to run the offense, could we see that same sort of backslide, or do you think they've learned their lesson?
We'll find out. I think that's if there's one question that you kind of have out there is how's that quarterback offensive coordinator relationship going to develop? Is it going to be smooth? Is it going to be seamless? You hope so, but you don't know that. I mean, you really don't know that. And, there's every reason to think it should be. He's not coming in from the outside. He's been part of the family. He and Nick Sirianni have worked together in the past. They worked together in Indianapolis. They've worked together the whole time here in Philadelphia. And so it would seem like there's going to be no philosophical clashing because these guys have worked together successfully before. But still, now you're going to be moving forward, and he's going to be in a different role, and he's going to be the guy who's going to be calling the plays, and it's going to be a matter of day-to-day, daily communication between him and the quarterback. To some degree, Nick, but largely it's going to be Kevin and Jalen, and we'll see how it works out. How does it go through training camp? You won't learn a whole lot on the practice field, but you'll learn a little bit. But you're really going to learn it when the games start and the pressure builds. Do these two guys see the game, see the offense, see the play calling through the same eyes? There's every reason to believe that they will, but until it actually happens on the field, that's the one question. Everything else really seems to be in place for this team, really does, and they're well positioned to make another run at the Super Bowl. But if there's one sort of question mark that you're saying, let's see how this works out, that's it. It's the relationship between Kevin Patullo and Jalen Hurts. I think it'll be fine, but we won't know that until we actually see it in play.
What we do know is now Sinner's coming our way. We got to really drum up for this. I was caught by shock. So was Dan. I'm down the shore, Ray, and he just sent me all this stuff. So how do we get tickets? We gave all the premises. And where is this look? Is it in Wilmington, the Delaware Theater Group?
Yes, Delaware Theater Company. It's really a beautiful theater there down on the waterfront in Wilmington.
I know it. Yeah.
Yeah, we did Tommy and Me there. In fact, it was after the pandemic shut everything down in 2020, when they reopened the Delaware Theater Company in 2021, they reopened it with Tommy and Me. And so we had a great run there. We were there for about a month and sold the place out, and we had just a fabulous run. And so I'm delighted that they're bringing us back now with Spinner. And I'm really excited because the cast that we have, the director, Matt Silva, has put together just an amazing cast. The 7 actors that we have are probably the 7 best actors working in Philadelphia. They are that outstanding, and thankfully they were all available, and they all read the play and said, I want to do this. So we have a wonderful cast. We have a great theater, and I can't wait to get started. We're going to start rehearsals we're going to start rehearsals in August, and we open September 17th and runs through October the 5th. So, and you can, it's easy to get. Tickets went on sale this week. Tickets went on sale on Monday. So just go to the Delaware Theater Company website and look for the icon that says Spinner, and go there and order your tickets. But I think that it's a different kind of play than Tommy and Me, but it's an amazing story. It's an amazing father and son story, and like Tommy and Me, a true story as well.
It's masterful. Dan already clued me into large parts of it. So, Ray, we'll be there. Do you do the post as you did with Tommy and Me, with people on stage, the actors, etc.?
Yes, and we'll have some special guests.
Okay.
And if you and Ro decide to make the trip down to catch a performance, I'll have you up on stage with me too.
Oh, you got me. That's it. Just give me the mic. Come on, Ray. Move aside.
Oh,
yes, of
okay,
course.
Good.
Of course.
I certainly
I only did Tommy and Me twice. I didn't get enough time, though. Come on.
I certainly hope you can make it. But yeah, I'm going to do it every night. I'll be there every night because there's kind of my backstory to it. I'm not a character in the play.
Right.
But there is a backstory to it. I wrote the original story about this guy in 1971 when I was just a kid starting out at the Philadelphia Bulletin. And it won me my first writing award. I won the Keystone Press Award for Best Sports Column in the state that year for this story.
Wow.
And so I have history with this guy.
Sure.
I followed him throughout his career. And so I'm there through the whole thing, through the triumph and the tragedy of it. So I'm going to tell that story myself on the stage at the end of the play, yes.
Oh, we will be there one of the first nights, Ray. Well, Dan and I will hook up with you. How about a wrestling Ray Didinger? Is there a hook there? Is there something there when you covered wrestling?
Yeah, I spent 6 months on the World Wrestling Federation. Dom, I don't think I'm revisiting that.
Okay.
I don't think.
Well, Dan would consult. Dan knows more about that than anything.
It's quite the world.
God.
And I included it in my book Finished Business. I did a whole chapter about the time I spent with the wrestling people. And that was a lot of fun, and it made for some very colorful writing. But I don't think I'm bringing that to the stage. No.
All right. Well, Ray, thank you so much. What a kickoff to the season. We hope to talk with you whenever you'd like as we get into training camp, and particularly as we pump up the volume for Sinner. If it's anything like Tommy and me, it is an icon. This has become part of the fixture of Philadelphia. It just touches everything that's good about sport and relationships.
Yeah, and that's and Tommy and Me is coming back. I'll remind people again. That's coming back to People's Late in Malvern in October. Come right on the heels of Spinner. I mean, Spinner runs September 17th and closes October 5th. And then Tommy and Me opens up at Malvern October 7th and runs through this 18th. So I'm going to be spending the better part of 6 weeks in the theater, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Thank you, Ray. Be thinking about you tomorrow. Thank you, Ray Dininger, very much.
Tom. Thank you, Dan.
All right,
Bye-bye.
there is Ray Dininger here on Talk Radio 1210. We'll, prevail upon him when he can to come on as the Eagles begin the biggest story in town. You got to feel bad for the Phillies. Exciting team, different kind of team, a team with a lot of money spent. Look at what they have to compete with, though.
What are you talking about? They brought David Robertson back for a third time.
Well, that's true.
Really,
but I mean, the Phillies, even in that World Series or prior to the World Series, I forget which series, had what registered as an earthquake for the noise on the Richter scale. Maybe low, but it did. And yet, look at what they have to compete against here. I don't know. I'd have to ratchet up something else and pump up the Phillies here. If they were in other towns, they would be the story. But here, wow. Dan, any more on Sinner? It sounds to me like another great addition.
Spinner's the name of the
Spinner, I'm sorry. Yeah, Spinner.
No, Spinner. No, it looks like a great play. Kind of similar. Kevin Smith, a long director, Jay and Silent Bob, he actually said a couple years ago, he bought the rights to the Warren Zevon song, Hit Somebody, which tells a story, a tragic story about a hockey player up there in Canada that he's an enforcer and lives his dream of becoming a hockey player, and then gets hit with a puck and tragically passes away. And it's a great and long time hockey story. And there was so much hype in the hockey community, excitement for that movie to come out, and it never really materialized. And here we have a story of a drama, a real-life version, essentially, of Warren Zevon's Hit Somebody that Ray Dininger has now brought to the forefront in a play. And as we know with Ray's fantastic narrative writing, it's easily transcribed into films and such. If you go and watch Tommy and Me, it's really like watching a film. He just does it so well. So I look at this story and I see a future where I could see this definitely hitting movie screens at some point, and I don't know. It seems like a really, really good story.
Calling your shot?
I'm calling my shot.
There you go.
And you go back to 1971 where he wrote the story in the Philadelphia Bulletin. There's some history here where he had Temple Press actually dig it out and send him an archival copy of the story. And it's really cool to see a story that he wrote when he was a young man, a story he followed his entire career, now materialize into something that's becoming a play. Just a really cool thing from Ray there.
So glad he's still so active. All right, your call's coming up. Don't forget the side question. We'll get Dan's here in a moment. The Cosby Show back in the news. And I told you I interviewed the psychologist. I think Cosby was with him. This was many years ago, about the impact of it and what he was trying to approach. And obviously, first time we saw a black professional family at a high level, and then the comedy of it. So something organic, but it had impact. Henry had Sesame. I had All in the Family. 855-839-1210.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Get ready to feel the fun because the legends are back. Tower of Power is bringing the soul, the horns, and the unstoppable groove to Rivers Casino Friday, August 1st. With over 50 years of signature soul, they're still delivering unstoppable music that'll get you on your feet. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets, and we'll see you at Tower of Power.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say, we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yes, it's Tom Giordano's show. Great stuff. You always feel good after Ray Didinger and the new play coming up, etc. I can tell you, if you haven't seen Tommy and me yet, too, what are you waiting for? All right, he is just the best of Philly. I got to get him down there to Mulligan so everybody can come and meet him, sign books. He can bring every book that he's written, would take up tables. I'm sure Johnny would be okay with that. But at 855-839-1210, that's how you get in. Let's go to Joe. This is Outside the Box in Columbus. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Hey, Don, I'm not buying Ray Didinger not being a shore guy if he got as close to Atlantic City as Pleasantville. So
yeah, a bungalow.
You got to get him down to Mulligan's.
I'll drive him down myself. I know. We got to get him there. I've tried to do this for years, but I got to, I'll come and do 3 of his shows, Spinner, but just come to Mulligan's for an hour, 2 hours. People would love it.
Yeah, really. Reciprocity, right? Come on.
Yeah.
My entry, it was a platform, and not for the better, in my opinion, because I saw it personally. but it took all the personality and sociality away from people. It made you sit at home and become a hermit and a hoarder. And I saw my father-in-law participate in this. He bought a bread making machine. He bought an apple corer, and he never made a loaf of bread. He never cored an apple. And it all culminated, with my cousin, who was a very prominent dentist in the Mercer County, Trenton area, passing away. And his son called me up and said, Joe, you got to sell Mom and Dad's house. And it was a beautiful home. They had a baby grand piano, all appointment in the house. It was gorgeous. And then he gets to the basement, and he puts his hand on the knob of the basement door. He turns to me. He goes, Joe, cousin, I got to warn you. My mom was a shopping hoarder. And I'm like, no problem, Johnny. I've seen a lot. I've seen everything. I needed ropes and mountain climbing gear to get through this basement. They had packages that still had the cellophane on it. And I know this paved the way for Amazon and Amazon Prime, but it's the Home Shopping Network.
Yeah, that is a great one. Now, was it called that, the one over in Westchester? I think it was called that, Joe, because I went there once. I was on WWDB, and I tried out for a role on that, and they had you literally try to sell a pencil. There were 400 people there.
Yes, and that was the mainstay of anything in sales. I got a pencil here, and you got to make it attractive to sell.
Exactly. Joe, that's a good one. That did have impact. Now, it's not what we were thinking of. Hey, Dan, Harry's coming up. He knows I might be a little bit late. What's yours, Dan? We haven't gotten yours.
For side question today, revolutionary. Dom, I am going to take my all-time, well, maybe not all-time, my all-time favorite cartoon off the board, I guess. All-time revolutionary TV show, Dom, South Park, which led to an entire genre of kind of libertarian-type believers. There's a political theory called South Park Republicans that was developed by a guy by the name of Andrew Sullivan in 2001.
Oh, I know Andy Sullivan, sure.
You know Andy Sullivan.
Sure.
And what happened is there were a lot of kids that were range 10, 14 that were addicted to South Park and the themes. And in South Park, there are a lot of political themes to the show that kind of lean conservative, particularly on fiscal issues when you're talking immigration and all. But when you talk about social issues, it's kind of a left-leaning liberal mindset. And Andrew Sullivan theorized that this would lead to an entire sect of, believers, politics of almost libertarian beliefs, which I would argue has indeed really taken over millennial men. I think a lot of millennial conservatives have that kind of lesser, view, a more left view on social issues, but still have that hardline stance on conservative views on that right-leaning, fiscal issues. And I think when we're talking revolutionary TV shows, you have here a TV show, a cartoon, really with a target audience of, late teens, I guess, developing a whole political belief.
How about Beavis and Butthead? Was that a counter to it?
I don't think that really developed much.
No, South Park is different. No doubt. It is. Okay, Harry Hurley is up. He is the voice of the Jersey Shore. I'm at his studio right now. He's with us because the Atlantic City Housing Authority has been placed under the Trump administration. It happened, I'm not sure the time, but it was like down here at the shore. It's like, oh, my God, the most corrupt ever. Jeff Van Drew had a hand in it. I think it's a heck of a local story, though, because it illustrates that the Trump administration is doing things, once again, that have been talked about by Republican presidents forever. They're actually doing it. That's the key. That's straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind. Providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity, Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
The pleasant air mass remains in place across the Delaware Valley today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, low humidity. Chance for a shower along the coast with a high temperature a few degrees below average at 84. For tonight, comfortable, partly cloudy, low 68 for the city, cooler in the suburbs, and a bit more humid on Wednesday, partly sunny with a high 86.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show, and coming up, I violated one of the top 10 Borowski laws. I'm not sure if Henry has a top 10. I have to figure that out. I saw a film at the shore on a day that wasn't pouring rain. Superman. And something's blown up about Superman we'll get to here on Talk Radio 1210. But Harry Hurley in the morning here, the voice of the Jersey Shore, is with us. And I was just about 1 foot out of bed at about 4:55 this morning when I was getting hit with all kinds of texts. Have you heard that the Atlantic City Housing Authority is now in the hands of the federal government? Joining us is Harry Hurley here on Talk Radio 1210. Harry, I thought it was World War III. Thank you for the notice. Yeah, I saluted and went back to bed for 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. You deserve it. Dom time. And we have a split doubleheader today. Great to be on your show.
Absolutely. It was great to be on yours. So, Harry, this is big in the grand scheme of things down at the Jersey Shore. You can explain, but big picture, how many Republican presidents have talked about things like this? But it's a simple process. Promises made, promise kept. Trump likes to do that, check that box, and this is just another example of something that's going on forever.
It's true. This is decades in the making. The federal government hardly ever gets involved like this because then they own it. And if it's not going well, then they get the blame. If they're not involved and they're only involved at the federal level in terms of funding and oversight, but not officially taking it over, that's a more advantageous position to be in. You have less problems. But now they own it, and they needed to step in. The situation was desperate. For more than 3 years, there have been residents that have not had heating, hot water, air conditioning, proper cooking facilities. They're living with rats the size of cats, cockroaches, other insects. It's completely out of control. So the federal government needed to step in. They needed to step in during the Biden administration and even before that, during Obama-Biden, and they didn't. But because of Congressman Jeff Van Drew, because of President Trump, because of HUD Secretary Turner, they're doing it now. And stay tuned, listeners of the Dom Giordano Show, because there will be a lot of news coming out about this takeover.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were talking with me, I'm not sure, I think it was on air and off air. When you look at the docket of Atlantic City, my God, how many mayors have been under indictment once again? This time, though, the mayor and his wife, and I guess the principal of the biggest school here. And just at any point, is it the casinos as the allure here, or is it just baked in way back to the HBO series on Atlantic City?
It's baked in. And
okay.
This is particularly egregious and unique. Number one, you have the state of New Jersey in a full-blown takeover of the city. So the city cannot even run itself. It's so bad. To have the mayor, his wife, the superintendent of public schools, between the two of them, they control over $500 million a year. As you mentioned, the principal of the largest school, the high school. So you have the takeover. You have multiple indictments of all three of these figures. You have the federal government taking over the Atlantic City Housing Authority. My gosh, what's next? Locust?
Yeah, well, we did have a Republican in there, though, who I thought did pretty well at one point.
Well, we did. Don Guardian was terrific. City was clean. City was safe. Not a whisper, not a sniff of wrongdoing. Unfortunately, he lost a very narrow re-election bid and then went on to win a seat in the New Jersey legislature. So that's a good thing. But yeah, there's no question. Don Guardian was a great mayor. Not a good mayor, a great mayor.
The city was so hopeful when Don was
there. Exactly.
It really was.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, I met him, I remember, Harry, because you tagged me in to speak at your big event of the year with all those politicos. And I've never stayed in a presidential suite where there was a sitting room. I kind of like that. If radio people want to be on, they have to come into the president. I'm not going to come out of my main quarters.
Was that Nucky Johnson's sitting room?
No, it was Grover Cleveland or somebody,
yes,
I think.
It was the, I'm going to say the Harrison room, but you earned it, Dom.
And 2 bathrooms. Ro thought the big bathroom was too fancy. She only used the powder room. Oh, my God.
It.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
So
funny. So, Harry, you listeners know by now, too, were a casino executive under President Trump. We have the Epstein thing out there. Did you ever happen to see Epstein when you were working the casinos? And if not, overall, your sense of the whole thing with Trump and Epstein?
Well, not once, and I was there during the period that would have happened. Mm-hmm. I reject what the former casino executive is saying. The former president and CEO is of the entire Trump hotels and casino resorts, not just the president of one casino, which that particular person is. He denies that it ever happened, and he said if it did, he would have known. I have no knowledge of Jeffrey Epstein ever being at a Trump hotel casino. I don't believe that story. I think it's fake news.
And you know him better than I when he had the Oval Office thing. And boy, I'm still reverberating from an hour there with Trump. It's not his language. It's not his style, enigma and stuff like that, and the doodles in that thing with Epstein. I don't think that's going to float ultimately.
No, it's not going to fly. And look at the evidence. The Democrats with Biden and that whole dirty gang, they made up stuff about Trump. If they had the truth on Trump, that could hurt him. They would have used it. They would have used it years ago, and they didn't because there is no there there.
Absolutely. So, Harry, where do we go for all things Harry Hurley, and particularly your column today out on this takeover and how it plays into the big picture that we've been talking about?
Yeah, it is huge. I mean, to give you a quick idea, one consultant has been paid $856,000 in this one scheme. Another attorney, one attorney, 3-year period, almost $1 million. We've got it all at WPGTalkRadio.com.
Very good. Harry, thank you. Thanks for the hospitality here. It's a very nice room. It's a complex that would be a test. I'd like to put it at 1210 or bring the producers here, a producer test. Can they find their way out? It's like a maze.
There are a lot of studios. We're very, very fortunate. We have a great place. And, Dom, you're always welcome.
Thank you, Harry. Thanks very much. Talk soon.
See you, Dom. See you, Dan.
All right, Harry Hurley here on Talk Radio 1210. Just another example of the Trump thing, of Trump, the commitment, and then following through. Coming up, Breitbart has a story. I believe it's the director again, decrying or suggesting that Trump is the one responsible for the underperformance of Superman internationally, although in the United States, it's doing well. And I watched it, and I liked it, and so did Roe. And we'll see if Dan thinks all those things are violations.
Hold on.
Yes.
It's only been out for like a week, and you've been down the shore.
Yeah,
so you're telling me you went to go see? No.
Yes, we saw it on which day were we down here?
Was it a nice day outside? You wasted a day at the beach to go to the movie theater?
No. It was. I would do that just to tell you about it. But it was a 9:15 showing.
Fair. Okay.
Okay, that's all right.
So I can't even say that you were supposed to go to a nice dinner because you probably had the nice dinner, then you went to the movie afterwards.
It was next door. It was the 96th Street.
Poor Roe, you're making her stay up till midnight to go watch Superman?
She's the one that wanted to see it. She was the suggester. When I get that chance, something I'm going to use, and she suggests it, she will verify that. We'll get documents. I'll get you over there. All right. Phone lines. I'll give you what he said about it internationally. And he says Superman is not a known quantity in some places, and Trump hurt this. I wish this guy would shut up. It's a good film. It's a good... Henry, you haven't seen it yet, have you?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I would recommend it. I'm not a Marvel or DC, whichever one it is. But the little stuff they did with Superman here, I thought was pretty endearing. Not anything ideological. And I think it's a good watch. And I hope it does well. 855-839-1210.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So I said these good things because I believe in them. I was surprised. Well, we found out it wasn't what we thought it was originally, Superman. But here's the quote from Gunn, and it's doing well domestically. Superman is not a known quantity in some places. He's not a big known superhero like Batman is. That affects things. And he told Rolling Stone, it also affects things that we have a certain amount of anti-American sentiment around the world right now. It isn't really helping us. All right. Who knows why internationally, but nationally doing well. And again, I'd recommend the film to you. You know, there's some goofy stuff in there. It's a superhero film, but there's some pretty good, insightful stuff. All right, we're talking about insight of a sort. Cosby Show on my mind today for obvious reasons. Give us that TV show that actually had impact. I Took All in the Family. We had Sesame Street, Dan, South Park. All of them had something, and organically. They were not set up to change the world per se, but that was it kind of bouncing off it. It did change perceptions. All right, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hi, Dom, Dan. It's good to talk to you guys today. I think actually the Huxtables were the second upper-class African-American family portrayed on TV. I don't want to give away any answers, but what it did do was that it showed the mother as a professional as well. And
that's what I meant. Both were professionals. You know what? Yeah. That's a twofer in that how many women were seen as a professional up until that point.
Absolutely. And aside from societal impacts, I think that was more of a familial impact. Like it showed a different side of families, and that's what I was kind of going with my answer. Before my show, you saw like the nuclear families portrayed in the traditional way. The mom and dad didn't even sleep in the same bed, that kind of thing. And when the Brady Bunch came out, where you had two divorcees with their own kids showing a bit of a mixed family, I think that kind of changed the dynamic as far as family goes in America as well. Or not changed it, but reflected it. And so the question is whether the show is impactful or merely reflective of what's going on in society.
Well,
you know?
I would say that's a great answer. I'd say it's impactful, though, because it's not true until it's on TV. Then when it's on TV, it's reality, right?
That is a great point and a great show. You guys have a great day today, all right?
Thank you. I would say that's impactful. Hector Camden. Hey, Hector, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I wanted to follow up on that guy that talked about MASH.
Okay.
He didn't explain how MASH changed how Americans perceive the military, and he didn't explain the big impact MASH had on television. Because before MASH, there was a lot of discrimination against veterans. I remember a TV ad, "Don't forget, hire a vet." And, MASH showed the humanitarian side of the military. And, Hawkeye Peters helping out the local Koreans in crisis. And then after that was Tour of Duty that showed the struggles of the American soldiers in Vietnam. After that came Pensacola Wings of Gold, which was about a naval air station in Pensacola, Florida. That TV show became JAG. And I would nominate JAG as the one that had the impact because it showed the humanitarian side of the Navy, especially that Catherine Bell, one of the stars of that show, she was one of the Judge Advocate Generals. And I think in one of the TV shows, she actually got pregnant and was still fighting the bad guys. So it showed the humanitarian side of the military. So I would nominate JAG. So.
Thank you, Hector. All right, good to hear from you as always. Coming up, we're going to talk with Corey DeAngelis. Corey sees himself and has been dubbed, and he's right, as the evangelist of school choice. And what he's looking at is, coming off the big, beautiful bill, what are these blue states going to do? Are they going with open arms, accept the money because it doesn't take away from public school funding, and let some kids then and parents make a choice? Or like Josh Shapiro, are they right now going back and forth? 51% say this, 51.6 might not say that, all that type of stuff. I was told by the Senate President, Kim Ward, just recently, she believes this guy, Matt Bradford, a big mouth white guy from the suburbs, who's a powerhouse in Harrisburg, will stop him from accepting the money. He's in Montgomery County. Matt, come on back on the show. We're both big mouth white guys. Come on. Dan will get you on. Come on, Matt. Come on and talk about school choice. Well, Josh Shapiro, just think of some of the things we see with Shapiro. There's this. There's the trans thing. There's the Greenberg case. This guy's got a lot of things that have to be, and sadly, there's anti-Semitism in the Democrat Party. If he overcomes and is the nominee, he's even more of a better chameleon than I can imagine. All right, we'll update you on a bunch of stuff. Don't forget, 2 names in the hat today. We'll pick a winner, and you go off the gallows, all on Talk Radio 1210.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch, no overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Hey, it is Dom time. Welcome in a moment. One of the guys doing great work in America, Corey DeAngelis, the evangelist around school choice. But John Fetterman has just introduced a bill to block businesses from going cashless. You know that I'm the biggest fan of cash is king. Should I tell a business what to do? I'm probably on the side of saying, no, I don't want to tell a business what to do, but you might be able to convince me. I think this is a relatively close call. Let's go to Corey DeAngelis here on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Corey, thanks for joining us today.
Hey, Dom, thanks for having me.
Well, I have to say, when you and I have talked, it helps take my knowledge base to a higher level and intensity on this, and I get inspired that you are bringing in reality, but also the fact that school choice or of any sort is moving forward in a myriad of fronts. The biggest, though, coming off the big, beautiful bill, Corey, I think I told you that Senate President Kim Ward, who's very real politic, real world, told me she does not believe that Josh Shapiro, blue state governor extraordinaire, along with Newsom, will allow it. There's a big mouth guy from the suburbs, Matt Bradford, who seemingly has control. He's a white guy. Over this, and this would affect the lives of minority children, whites too. So what are your thoughts? What are we seeing now that these blue state governors have to decide?
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to decide to opt out, they're going to be hurting themselves politically. So let them shoot themselves in the foot. This is a popular issue. People from all states can donate to these scholarship granting organizations, so you don't have to opt in for that part. But basically, the governors get to decide whether to opt in to allow people to use the scholarships. So essentially, what's going to happen is this: if the blue state governors are reluctant and they side with the teachers unions, they're essentially going to be creating a situation where their constituents are donating to subsidize people in red states. So that's going to be a dumb political move for Josh Shapiro. I mean, it already looks bad on him for flip-flopping on the issue after he changed his education platform to pretend he supported school choice back in 2022 when he was running for governor. He knew he was a political winner then. He should know it's a political winner now. He ultimately caved to the teachers union and vetoed his own campaign promise after going on Fox News, also doubling down, saying he supported school choice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he tried to blame it on the House that's controlled by Democrats, but you can't tell me that a Democrat governor cannot twist one or two arms in the Pennsylvania House to get them to come along to pass universal school choice. There's a Senate Democrat who supports school choice in the Pennsylvania Senate.
Williams.
So,
He's in Philadelphia
great.
too.
So,
and he's from a long line of African American politicians. The father was big time running for mayor, et cetera. So, Corey, you mentioned the teachers unions, and you're a guy that has to spar with these elements. I think we agree that Randi Weingarten is much more dangerous because she's smart, ruthless, whereas the head of the NEA has just lost her mind to me. What is their power still? Is it we haven't made the public aware of what an adversary they are? We get their power of what they do for Democrats. But do you think the public is unaware of what a block they are to real reform?
Yeah, I think most people think teachers unions, they think teachers, and a lot of people like teachers. So that's the part of the problem here. Maybe we should start to call them government school unions or the government school cartel, because they're basically just a money laundering operation for the Democrat Party. And they're so politicized now that maybe when, some people were kids, their schools were fine, but things have gotten so bad now. And a lot of people, they think back to their past and think that things might still be okay. It's just, you look at the resolutions that came out of the National Education Association's meeting I leaked to the public earlier this month. This is the largest teachers union in the country. It's run by Becky Pringle, who, by the way, still is an at-large member of the Democratic National Committee. I mean, it's just an incestuous relationship, Dom. I can't believe, they're basically the same organization at this point, the Democrats and the NEA and the other teachers unions. 98% of their campaign contributions go to Democrats every single cycle. Wash, rinse, repeat. It's money laundering. But some of their resolutions, they just read like a declaration of war on the Trump administration. They had nothing to do with education. In fact, in 2019, when they used to make these things public before they started running away from scrutiny, they failed to pass a resolution back then to rededicate themselves to being about student learning. I mean, it's become such a one-sided political entity. It's a behemoth. And at their annual convention this year, their resolutions were bad, and I leaked those, but they also had their teacher of the year, who was from Pennsylvania, who said on the stage for the world to hear the quiet part out loud, which was, she said that her job as a teacher is, quote unquote, deeply political and always had been. I mean, she said the quiet part out loud.
Without a doubt.
How much more obvious it can be made.
And to say they're fighting fascism, then misspell it in their document. And Randi Weingarten's new book, I think out in a month or two, is also fighting fascism. So,
I mean, it's insane. Well, Dom, I got to stop you right there, because this is just so ironic, or it's beyond parody, because if anything, the fascists, if you want to go there, they're the ones who supported government control of education, and they outlawed homeschooling. Right. They didn't like school choice because they knew they needed to brainwash the public to worship the government. Randy, you're on the wrong side.
That's exactly right. What is, and you are as plugged in as anybody. I mean, I do various things around this, but you live it. What's the biggest, say, in the last couple of months upside? The big, beautiful bill we talked about. What gives you hope that this is starting to spread?
Well, it passed. That's the first nationwide school choice program that has passed. Yes, there's an opt-in, but that's big news right there. But also just, look, we live in 50 laboratories of democracy called states, and the founders, intended it to work this way. And the red states, at least, are moving the ball forward on school choice. And so they're engaging in friendly competition to empower families with education freedom. At some point, blue states are already bleeding votes and people to red states. That shakes up the electoral college numbers in Texas's favor and Florida's favor. Other red states are gaining population. And so that gives at least some sort of Tebow competition, economists would call it, for the blue states to start to say, hey, maybe we should listen to our constituents, the parents, as opposed to, special interests, the teachers' unions, people like Randy Weingarten and Becky Pringle. So this is going to create more and more pressure for Democrats to come along, too. We already see this in your state, Dom, with Josh Shapiro at least pretending he supports school choice. That's not good enough. He needs to follow through. But at some point, Democrats are going to say, you know what, we need to get on the right side of history here, or else we're going to be toast at the ballot box. And there's actually a group called Democrats for Education Reform. They've been around for a while. They've always supported charter schools to a limited degree, but for the first time ever this year, I found out that they now publicly support private school choice initiatives too. So there's a lot of signs of the political wind shifting in our favor. One last piece of data I'll give you is from the 2024 November election, when Trump beat Kamala Harris in all 7 swing states, including Pennsylvania. I wrote about how school choice could drag him across the finish line and propel him to victory, and how all the swing states basically had some form of school choice already, and he was on the right side of this issue. Well, right before Election Day, there was a poll by Atlas Intel nationwide. There was actually 2 of them, and they both found that Donald Trump was beating Kamala Harris, not on just the economy or immigration, but on education.
Wow.
Which is a big deal for a Republican to be up on education. It reminded me of the Glenn Youngkin victory against Terry McAuliffe in Virginia.
That is a great point. It's not only you're gaining, but you're taking away the talking point for them. Then the only thing left is health care that we have to work on as far as the talking point. But, yeah, taking education away, Youngkin is about the biggest one I can remember. That is a great insight. So, Corey, for all things Corey DeAngelis, what you're doing, you're in the center of all this stuff. Where do people go?
Hey, you can follow me on X. It's at DeAngelis Corey, but you can also help me fight the teachers unions at my website. It's AmericanCultureFoundation.org. We just launched a new teachers union extremism tip line, so you can send me these resolutions. Like
wait a minute. Got any good ones there you can share at this point?
I'll share them when and I'll put them on X when I'm ready to go public with them. But yeah, the union's resolutions, those were just bonkers. I mean, they called the Department of Education abolition racist. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
Absolutely. Corey, thank you so much. Keep us in your loop, and we love talking with you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Good talking to you.
All right, Corey DeAngelis here on Talk Radio 1210. It's going to be a big moment here with Josh Shapiro. All right, Henry's more reasonable on this one, so I ask you first. Henry, do you think John Fetterman's right? It's the Payment Choice Act of 2025. The bill would require any person in business at a physical location to accept cash in amounts up to and including $500 per transaction. I would vote against this, even though I am the biggest proponent of cash and appalled that people don't carry it. What would you do?
I would vote for this. I think cash should be recirculated more amongst the people. I think once we have a cashless society, then we're really screwed. So I don't like the idea of forcing people to accept it.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
They should anyway. Like, we need to keep this alive.
And Dan, how about you?
I'm, I guess, in favor. I mean.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm holding out for business on this, even though I wouldn't do business and I would publicize. What are you doing this for? I need to hear from a business that might not accept cash. Well, what is it that would make them not do that? It's hard to believe. Isn't cash easier for them? They're complaining all the time. Down here at the shore, you use a credit card, it's 3% more in your bill because they say they got to deal with the credit card companies. Okay. Why are we seeing businesses that don't want cash? I don't know what businesses these are per se, and it's getting a lot of traction. And this is a national bill. I'd rather see statewide.
I mean,
all right, it's 855. It's
do tell.
Yeah.
No, Anytime you get held up on a line, it's always because someone...
we're going to go back to that test.
No, but I mean, but at the same time, I feel businesses should be forced to offer the consumer the choice between cash or card. So.
Okay.
I don't always want to tap, Like I was at a dive bar this past week and just handed them $3 every time I wanted a pint. It was much better.
Okay, yeah,
we for anything in cash.
Well, that's right. Mulligan's, it's cash.
Yeah.
Is it all cash? I think so.
I would think so. I think a lot of short bars.
Yeah, that's right. That. Yeah. 855-839-1210. Get on board on that. But we have a heck of a prize today because it is time right now for...
It's Dom Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That is right. And today we're playing for a pair of VIP seats to Politics and Pints with political commentator and Fox News contributor Giordano Caldwell, hosted by our own Rich Zioli on Thursday, July 31st, right around the corner. And you know how much we love the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College. Great folks, great bar. This one-night-only event promises a raw, real, and timely discussion on personal loss, the future of American politics, and what it takes to heal a nation. Get your tickets right now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com. So, Henry or Dan, what do you have?
So, Dom, today we're asking on the side question, what is that TV show that had some sort of societal impact? So, that being said, I'm going to play a song that had a societal impact in the world of sports.
All right.
If you've attended a live sporting event in, say, the last almost 20 years, chances are you've heard this song being played at the ballpark, at the football stadium. Heck, it could even have been played at a high school football game. I think it's that popular. But I'm going to play a cover version of this said song. I want to know the name of the song, released in 2003. I want to know the name of this song being covered by legendary composer Ramin Djawadi. Really listen to that bass line there. Yeah, I'm not giving you a whole lot for this because if you know that bass riff,
and we hear this at ballparks all the time.
You will hear this. You'll hear this chanted by the fans. You'll hear it played over the, the loudspeakers to try and get the crowd going. It was also one more thing about it. It was the official song, or not the official song, but it was played before every game at the 2018 FIFA World Cup.
Okay, maybe it's that. I have never. I got to think about this. Heard it. So, is it more soccer than you're thinking?
No, I think it's everything. If anything, I think high school football.
Okay.
On a Friday night.
All right. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you are going off to see our next Politics and Pints. If you have not been, it's our big signature event, particularly with Rich at the Zlock. We both love going there. It's fabulous people, and it'll be a great night. Get your tickets at 1210WPHT.com. Hit us with that at 855-839-1210.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Zioli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't gotten away yet this year, don't miss making those amazing family memories. Family memories are everything, and there's still time to book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. And they have several special packages to make your getaway even grander. If you hurry, you can still book a stay this summer. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. Don't forget that. Book a Grand Escape weekend this fall. Earn resort credits and enjoy the beautiful beaches in Cape May with fewer crowds. Or make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Check out their website for details. Remember, book direct with them for the best rates and those resort credits. And the Grand is the perfect place to host a wedding, baby, or bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They will help you make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings, and she'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. GrandHotelCapeMay.com. Book your getaway today.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. Let's hear the clue from Henry. All right, let's try Dan in Norristown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dan, what's your answer?
Seven Nation Army.
All right, Dan, nicely played. Enjoy the big event. Any more comments, Henry?
No, but it is that song you do hear at a lot of sporting events. Oh,
okay, yeah. All right.
I just thought that was revolutionary kind of in the sports world, whereas this song came out and it was, just a few years later, someone decided to start chanting at an Italian soccer event, and it took off from there.
All right, so Dan has won a pair of VIP tickets to Politics and Pints with Rich and Fox News contributor Gianna Caldwell. Go to 1210WPHT.com. It's only a week away from this Thursday. Zlock is a great spot to see it. All right, Henry just told me that Ozzy Osbourne has died. Was he, let me guess, I'm trying to put him in his, was he about 60?
No, he's way older. He was 76.
76. Wow. Ozzy lasted to 76. That is, and that the reality show, Dan, your expertise on reality show, it was a brutal show, I thought.
Oh, it was fantastic. The Osbournes was great.
But I mean, the carnage of it inside their family was pretty tough, didn't you think?
It was, but there's always a underlying theme of love between all the family members. Sharon loved Ozzy, and it was really portrayed in the show, and Kelly and the son, who escaping me, Jack and Kelly, like they always got into it with each other, but there's always that love, and you could see that the Osbournes truly loved one another, and He was, in the statement, it says, surrounded by love. They write, it is with more sadness than mere words can convey that we have to report that our beloved Ozzy Osbourne has passed away this morning. He was with his family, surrounded by love. We ask everyone to respect our privacy at this time. Signed, Sharon, Jack, Kelly, Amy, and Lewis. Sad stuff.
Yeah. All right, you've gotten a special guest, too. Just a little preview at 2:30. I've never met Terry O'Connor. She might have been, Dan, at some of those events. Her husband, but what's happening tomorrow in federal court here in Philadelphia?
It's a big day tomorrow. It's been 5 years since we lost SWAT Corporal James O'Connor, now Sergeant James O'Connor. And Terry's going to be joining us because tomorrow, for the first time, she's going to be able to face one of the people involved with the murder of her husband. So it's going to be the first time she faces him directly. She's been working nonstop on an impact statement. But there is, it's going to be at courtroom 14B, the federal courthouse, 601 Market Street, tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Real ID not required for entry. But Dom, some updates on that. She finally gets some kind of justice, or hopes to, tomorrow. So she'll be joining
with one of the people, right?
Yeah. So she'll be joining us to tell the story and what she hopes to hear, and how we can support her in moving forward.
Right, and as I remember it, all right, I don't have the full docket in front of me. This was one of the worst vis-a-vis Krasner. Because of his annex, because of the stuff that he was doing, these guys were out. They were heavily armed. O'Connor was part of an elite, I believe, SWAT team that was serving warrants on this. I just saw Krasner yesterday going off about guns. And these guys, automatic weapons, I believe they shot through the walls. It was that powerful to kill him. And this is every bit as bad as the Mumia thing as far as dragging our heels societally. And at least there, Lynn Abraham went after the death penalty, did her thing, and he would have gotten it due to her efforts. Krasner, of course, set up the scenario where this guy, and I think it's 3 or 4 others, were out so that they could kill him. In other words, if you had Lynn Abraham, I'll put it that way, as DA, I believe that James O'Connor would not be killed. And imagine tomorrow, this is the first time that she gets to eyeball them there in court as she makes the impact statement. I'll ask her, what are the possible penalties here? I don't know if she has a Krasner comment, as Maureen does. But 5 years? I'm a little unclear, even for Krasner. I thought they got caught pretty readily, that I remember it. And this was, in the pantheon of all this blood in Philadelphia, this was one that you remember because of the factors that I told you. So much so that Krasner was blocked at the hospital because I think O'Connor may have survived for a while, Dan, that I remember, James O'Connor, Sergeant. And they blocked Larry Krasner trying to get into the hospital. Like 100 cops formed a wall there. This is just, we just got over this, the great efforts over the weekend, the ride to the shore. And by the way, did you guys happen to notice, as Greg, I'm not at the station, taking a victory lap, he came in 5th on the 12-10 team. I believe he strategically did not stop at the first rest area. It's not mandatory.
Huh.
And just, that's what I saw on Twitter, and just kept going. Thereby, it's all legal. Thereby getting an edge. If you want to rest, you can rest. If you're not, you keep going.
Yeah, forget the pit stop. It's smart.
Yeah, forget the pit stop. And that apparently gave a big edge. New strategy. All the way next time. Somebody's going to go 65 miles, I don't know about that, without any pit stop of various sorts. I was looking at the road they were driving on at one point, though. Man, that is narrow stuff to be, on a bike at decent speed. So, all right, we'll talk with her at 2:30. Let me go to Joe of X. Okay. We'll talk with her coming up. We'll talk with Terry O'Connor. First day in court tomorrow out of this horrific case. And I'll ask her some of those questions. Again, Dan mentioned, too, real ID for the federal courthouse is not required. So if you don't have it, you'll be able to get in. That's what the statement says. She's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Lenny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
The pleasant air mass remains in place across the Delaware Valley today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, low humidity. Chance for a shower along the coast with a high temperature a few degrees below average at 84. For tonight, comfortable, partly cloudy, low 68 for the city, cooler in the suburbs, and a bit more humid on Wednesday, partly sunny with a high 86.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is going on now at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown in Westchester. Shop PiazzaHyundai.com for the latest lease and finance deals on the entire model lineup.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, momentarily, we'll talk here on the Dom Show with Terry O'Connor, the widow of Sergeant James O'Connor, and I gave you some of the details. It's a case, with all this carnage in Philadelphia, this case still jumps out at us, and there are a few things that we'd like to do with Terry good enough to come on today, just to hear a little bit more about her husband, because that often gets lost in this. You've heard Maureen Faulkner, who helped set this up, our mutual friend, talk about Danny Faulkner over the years. Let's go to Terry O'Connor here on the Dom Giordano Show. Terry, thank you so much for coming on. Big day tomorrow, but we wanted to highlight your husband. I remember during the course of this, the outpouring of police, his heroism, but talk about him as a dad, as a husband.
Hi, Dom. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
Tomorrow is definitely an emotional day as we're preparing for, I guess a little bit of closure finally. It's been a really long time. It's been, 5 years. Tomorrow will be 5 years, 4 months and 10 days. And Jimmy was, me and Jimmy were together for 27 years. We started our family very young. People thought we were crazy. And, it's just something that worked out for us. And, thank God we did what we did when we did. And, we spent pretty much from, I think I met him at the end of my junior year, and we went, from there. We married 2 years later and had our son and daughter, and, we had no idea what we were doing in life, but we figured it out. And, throughout the years, we always knew he wanted to be a police officer and follow in his father's footsteps. And, he became a cop. It was, his favorite thing to do. It's all he wanted. And he went on from being a cop in the district to making corporal and being moved around a few times. And then, his dream job was SWAT. And he was in a SWAT unit as a corporal for about 15 years. But, great dad, great husband. We were 1 month shy of our 25th wedding anniversary when everything happened. God. And, we just, we feel like, everybody puts in a lot of time and effort in his relationships with raising children and struggles and battles to, get through all those years with the kids and figuring everything out. And, we were there, and, it was all stolen away from me, just like that. I say it all the time. Everybody knows my birthday was March 12th, and I saw him, my school that I worked at closed the next day for COVID because we didn't know what was going to happen. We said, let's take a Friday and see what happens. And, so I said to Jimmy, hey, I'm closed tomorrow. We went out. He said, well, let's go get Coronas for dinner. So we had, a drink at dinner. He came home, went to bed, and, and something happened. He needed a computer at work that night. And I offered to bring it. And I really didn't think he would ask me to bring it because he worked on the side. He did so many other jobs on the side to keep himself busy. It's just who he was and support us and the family. And he was doing a real estate transaction and he needed his laptop. And it was raining, but he said, no, don't worry about it. And then he said, actually, can you bring it? And I did. And I drove over to SWAT, which wasn't far from my house. And I never did that. I could never, especially on a Thursday night at 11 o'clock. And I did. I just pulled into the lot and he was waiting for me and talked to him for a second. And he, just kissed me, said, happy birthday. I love you. And I'll see you in the morning. And then about 7 hours later, I got that phone call and everything changed. And, and then with COVID on top of it, people have definitely dealt with the situation prior and unfortunately after me. But what I had to go through with COVID was definitely a little more tricky, trying to wait out a funeral because we didn't know what was going to happen. And, we waited we waited 2 months and it just got progressively worse. And, so we decided to have the funeral and I was, told I was allowed to have 10 people in the church. My viewing was spread out from Monday to Friday that week. We used a Google Doc that people had to sign up and come I could only take 4 people every 15 minutes or something, some crazy number. And then we would wipe down everything again. And it was a scenario I couldn't imagine of being, in a funeral home on top of it for 10 to 12 hour days all week long. But, here we are. I mean, a few months after that, we learned the case was not going to be in our district attorney's hands, and we were very, very thankful for,
of course,
for McSwain taking over that, and that was a big part of it. So learning that it was going to be a federal case made us very, very happy. And the only problem is it's been so long. It's a really big case. That's what's also taken time. And mind you, it was still COVID as it was going on, so lots of cancellations and lots of things like that. But we're here. So one more
Terry,
day.
It's just remarkable. Yeah, I say that to Maureen all the time. Women like you and Maureen give these other wives hope on this. So tomorrow, what time and where do people go? And you'll be doing the victim impact. Do your kids get to do that, or is it just a family impact?
It's anybody who wants to.
Okay.
But it's pretty much, I think they will look at, anybody besides immediate families. They might just look at them, but we will actually speak. And it's tomorrow at the federal courthouse at 601 Market at 9:30 in the morning in courtroom 14B.
And Terry, what is the penalty in this case? Do you know what's being offered up after all this time?
I do. So yes, we learned at least it was either 2 to 3 years ago now that the death penalty was off the table. It went to the Supreme Court, and what we learned is there was 4 people on the panel, which is a very convenient number because 2 said yes, 2 said no. and it went to Merrick Garland, who said no. So it was, shot down. There was basically, in my opinion, no chance of it ever happening. So what we are looking for is, with the federal system, we chose, so he pled guilty a few months ago, and what he pled guilty was accepting a number of years, and we had asked for 55 to 75 years, assuming he'll get the higher amount, and we'll learn that tomorrow. And those years in the federal court system cannot be changed, and there will be no appeals, so it's over. Again, I have referenced in the past that I don't want to be the new Maureen Faulkner, who's still dealing with this, so that was a really big part of why we decided to go with this, because we tend to see in this city and anywhere, some people, they get 10 to 20 years, I'm just making that number up, and they get 10 plus time served, and and anything can change. So the reason we decided to do with this is because the numbers are the numbers. And that's it. So essentially, Terry, it will be life in prison, but
life in prison was not an option then.
No.
Yeah.
No,
wow. That's remarkable. Death penalty. Yeah. Right.
So, and I'm not answering. I can't take it anymore. It's already been long enough. And I don't want to hear any more phone calls of what he's doing in prison or what he's doing. I don't care. You know what I mean? It's just more stressful on us constantly. So, I didn't even want this to be done in the summer because I was nervous about vacations and people not being around. But I've been more than assured that, people are, coming and supporting, and, that everybody knows the closure that's needed on this. And, we've lost other officers since then, and their cases are closed. I'm still, going, and, it's a lot emotionally on all of us. My son's a police officer, his wife's a police officer.
Wait a minute, Terry, if I could interject, too. And your son decides to serve us, protect us.
Yes.
Even after all that. That is remarkable of you, your husband, his memory, and your son, and his wife is a cop also.
Yes, also always his dream job. And you can imagine in these situations, they tried to take care of them and put them inside, and my son could not do that. It was not for him. And he's back out there on the street now, and it's it's something we struggle, but we can't live that way every day thinking the worst. And he has to be happy and doing a job that he likes and doing the right job that's right for him. So he's pretty happy with what he's doing right now. We're all struggling right now, but it's my daughter just flew in. She's from Arizona. She was in the Air Force, and she's been out there. Now she's back, and we're all together right now, and we're just trying to make the best of today, and till we go into tomorrow.
Exactly. So 9:30 tomorrow at 601 Market, the Federal Court Building, and it's courtroom, Terry, is it 14B?
Yes.
14B.
And I think, I believe there's some, it's like a closed courtroom for us.
Okay.
And I guess there would be some type of overflow room, but I'm not, I don't want to say I don't know all the details, but that's kind of how that's going. So, yes.
Terry, I don't know if we've ever met at one of these events, but thank you. And again, I say this to Maureen, and I know you said you don't be a Marine, but you are helping through this to protect all of us. I mean, it's that drive, and you're right.
Yes.
Thank God for Bill McSwain. I love the guy, as you probably know. We championed him versus the other guy.
I know. So I tried, yes. But I saw Maureen actually on Sunday at the bike ride at Atlantic City, and she was one of the first widows to reach out to me. And now I have, it's kind of my job now. I have a great following of people that we help, and that's what it's really about. And people might not understand how life goes on for us, but we're here for each other, and it's just it's a really tight group. And somebody always said it's like the world's worst club to be a part of, but we have each other and we get each other.
Well, thank you. And again, thank your son and his wife and all cops that protect us every day despite this. Thank you, Terry, very much. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. There's Terry O'Connor here on Talk Radio 1210. You heard at 9:30 tomorrow, the Federal Court Building, 601 Market, courtroom 14B. And just a little side note, I saw this on the clip, just so people know, if you wanted to go and show support, that the real ID not required. I thought it was all federal buildings, but not for this. You'll be able to get there. And again, I didn't want to dwell on Krasner in this, but Bill McSwain, she's right, is the one who jumped in, snatched it away from Krasner. If it happened during this is just another marker. Don't want to be political about, but it's true. In the Trump era, the death penalty certainly would be open, and the death penalty will be carried out. Imagine having to negotiate so you don't get tortured. This is what they do, and they tell widows, well, you're going to have all these appeals. We better not do this. So it's 55 to 75 years, which he served would be life, but not even life. How in the world, I've gone through several times, how in the world have they manipulated us where the country still supports the death penalty, and Trump on the federal level certainly supports it, and yet it is not being carried out. All right? Need I point out Josh Shapiro when he runs for president? Need I point out any of them? It's something I will never change on. I don't care who says what from the Pope on down. And I'm glad these families, like Terry O'Connor, like the Fitzgerald, another outstanding family, that they say, no, we think the death penalty's appropriate. Oh, why do you want to do this? Amazing. That one, Krasner's directly involved. All right, it is the lightning round next, and then we'll select a winner for this week. You get a $50 gift card to Gallows. Great seafood up there, Ron, on the boulevard. Thank you, Jim Harvey and Harv's Burger Bar. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that TV show that you think had tremendous impact. Not lecturing, it could be a comedy, could be a drama, but people saw it on TV and it changed some kind of perception. 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment, though, about getting ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure and cholesterol to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. One spot to go. res-q.com.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie-cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family-owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy Jewelers.
Your roof isn't just shingles and nails, it's an investment in your home's future. Hi, this is Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. At Emmons, we use and install only top-tier roofing and siding materials that help boost your home's curb appeal and help your home's resale value. As you know, the most expensive project is the one you have to do twice, so get the job done right the first time with Emmons. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try ZipIntro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipIntro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep, our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, be quick. Get in there. Hit us with that TV show that made an impact in honor of the Cosby Show. The Earl of Tacony. Earl, what's yours?
Starting in 1954, The Tonight Show was Steve Allen. It's the longest-running talk show in history. It is the longest-running entertainment show in America, third oldest show on NBC after Meet the Press and The Today Show, and it established the format for late-night television. Before talk shows like that, people went to bed after the late news, and stations went off the air or played a movie.
You got it, and it was about comedy. I like this one, Chuck in Newtown Square. Chuck, what's yours?
Dom, you're an old dog like me because you remember this show, and it really, really was big. It's the first show that features a black woman as the star. I mean, she's the star of the show. We're not talking Lucille Ball here. It's a black woman, Diane Carroll. Her husband is killed. Yes. Her husband's killed in the war in Vietnam, which is controversial enough, and she is raising her son by herself. It's a show called Julia. It was pretty good, not great, but it's from 68 to 71, and without Julia, I don't think you have the Cosby Show. It leads you into black America being accepted on television by itself, and it really is groundbreaking for its day.
Nicely played. How you positioned that. Let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina. David, what's yours today?
Hey, Dom, first, real quick, I'm really sorry for dropping off yesterday. I didn't know you were going to ask me a follow-up question.
Oh, that's
so
okay,
really
David, of course. No.
I felt bad. My answer today is the People's Court, because you think about all the court shows that have come on, and many of them, so many out there, and I think without that show, obviously, they would not have existed. I think people tapped into a new genre whenever that came about.
All right, it's time to make a decision because these were really good today. We may have a little bit of back and forth here. Let's start with Henry. Give me a few contenders here. Henry, to you.
The ones I like the best today are Joan Columbus with HSN because it was kind of the precursor.
It was a great call.
Precursor for the consumerism we live in right now with Amazon and all that. I like Robert and Ben Salem's answer of the Brady Bunch because it was the first look at kind of like a non-conventional family.
Yep.
And then I liked Chuck and Newtown Square's answer of Julia because he is right. Like, without that type of show, we don't have a show like The Cosby Show, which gives us our question here today.
Yes. And Julia, then, by the husband being killed, single woman. I think she was a nurse advancing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that's 1968. So that's prehistoric. That's pretty bold. How about you, Dan?
I like all those, but I'm also going to throw in Lance's answer of MASH because we probably should have taken that one off the board, but could have done better.
Yeah, I didn't want to take all of them off. And Hector then jumping on that to pivot to another position. You really like MASH? Which one did you really
I just wanted
like?
to throw it. My personal favorite, probably HSN.
The call was excellent. Henry, what's your personal favorite, though, out of all that?
HSN.
All right, let's go with Joe of Columbus. The call, the hoarding call, the whole thing, the Home Shopping Network. It was a great call, too. All right, so we have our 5 winners for the whoa, wait a minute, that's right. 2 winners for this week. Short weeks here. Wow, what is this, Johnny Carson? Who's known for vacations now? But anyhow, all right, let's hear them, Henry.
Yeah, so this is a Joe-on-Joe crime here. Yesterday's winner of something, we can go to the moon, but we can't do this.
Right.
Joe in Westchester simply said, we can't get back to the moon.
That's true.
And then we asked for that TV show today that had a societal impact, and you heard it here. Joe in Columbus said HSN. If we were to put both these into the hat here and get a little drum roll going. I don't know how he does it. That is a 2. 1 out of 2. Number 2 is Joe in Columbus. You're this week's winner.
All right, Joe, you are headed off to a feast at our buddies Jim Harvey's, Harv's Burger Bar, Gallows. $50 goes a long way. Up there on the boulevard around Ron. I encourage you, particularly during summertime, you want a great meal, moderate prices. Say hello to him, too. He is a wonderful guy.
We're going to have Ozzy Osbourne play us out.
Okay.
Play us out? What is play us out?
Yeah, that's right. So, did you ever see Ozzy Osbourne in person? No, you wouldn't have. No.
No, I haven't seen Ozzy.
And I know the bat.
Have you?
Is,
it seems like that was a leading question, like you wanted us to.
No, I did. Well, I know, but my claim to fame, I got to tell you, Dan, I don't think I've ever said this. Henry didn't hear it, but you did. You can go after me. Last night I was at my own monument. We went to the Ugly Mug over in Cape May. Really good food, cheap. And they have a new part of a barrier there. So we were there one summer night, and this is one time Rose said, we got to intervene. That's it with these guys. They took the back part of the chair on the property, since it was open. There was no railing there at the Ugly Mug on the promenade in Cape May, and they proceeded to mock, particularly women going by with their husbands. And the rent-a-cops for the summer came by. They couldn't deal with these guys. Ultimately, by talking about it, gone to the town fathers, they closed that off. You can't have your chair half in and half out of that incident. So every time I go there, imagine guys mocking wives, all kinds of things with the husband there walking by. Hard to believe. Dan, you're speechless, I can tell.
That's crazy, though.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the clock.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
we have
yes.
30 seconds.
We have 30 seconds. All right, everybody. Enjoy. I'm off for 3 days of R&R. Dan and Henry holding down for it with Tony Bruno. Follow on Twitter, though. We'll hit you with anything we see. And thanks to Dan getting Terry O'Connor. And Terry O'Connor coming on tomorrow, the federal courthouse, 601 Market, courtroom 14B. You don't need real ID. Show up and support. What a family. And the son still becomes a cop to protect us. Richie always next. 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with